zoom in. Back.
Can you, I can't see very well up there, can you tell me what it's for? Thanks, Ben.
No, I think it's pretty good.
That's right. That better?
Yeah.
I see people at the table. Oops. Did everybody sign in? Okay. I'm just gonna write down the people who are here. Let's see. Good job, Karina.
We lost Jason Dennis though,
Yeah, we'll come back.
one way or the other.
No one left waiting to get in?
They can get in automatically.
Okay. So we're ready, all right, let's call the meeting, let's call the meeting to order. Alternate Mark Gurman is excused, O.J. Robinson is joining us via Zoom. So I'll take a motion to skip over item 2, consideration of the meeting minutes.
Do we want to do that? Every time we do that, we're in the bridge till 11 o'clock.
We're gonna be here at 11 o'clock tonight, to talk about, so. Someone will make the motion, we'll go to the minutes now.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, is there a second? A second, all right, that motion fails. Consideration of the meeting minutes for January 31, 2024. Does anyone have any questions, comments, or changes?
No.
Is there a motion to accept the minutes for January 31st, 2024 as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second? Danielle, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Meeting minutes for February 14th, 2024. Does anyone have any changes?
I do.
Okay,
Hold on. I can't bring it up. I'm having trouble getting in front of me. Line 813 was my problem, but I don't know what it says.
all right, I'll read it. 14. Regarding the retention pond on lot 1, he asked what lots that that retention pond covers. Video goes digital and words were tough to make out. 238:2. But here's someone say it covers lots 1 to 7.
That was the issue. I don't believe it covered 1 to 7. It was one. Someone can correct me, but it was lot 1, lot 6, and lot 7, and lot 1 and 5 and 7, but it was not all of those lots.
I don't remember which one it was either.
Attention from the first time around.
I don't remember the context of the question, but we assume
There's a retention pond on the plans.
was it on the far west side of the property?
Correct.
Lots 1, 2, and 3.
Okay,
The others have their own. Pond. I don't know if the contact what was that or what, but that pond goes to lots 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, this is back in January.
This is
I mean,
February.
February 14th.
February 14th.
Well, this is,
That's when we had a road up there, so it would be.
Yeah.
So, yeah, to be honest, I couldn't give you guys all, the plan has changed since then. I apologize.
have you renumbered the lots as well?
Well, we removed 3 lots
Okay, yeah, so you've changed the lots around, you know,
and there's no road and. But the best I could tell you guys is the area. That I think you're making reference to would be currently lots 1, 2, and 3. I'll go to
I
the
mean,
storm pond. on the
I don't
far-
think, because people are gonna look at the plan we were discussing on the 14th. So I don't know. We should reference the plan in April.
Well, what if we just said a few lots?
What do you wanna say, OJ?
Just say it for 3 lots. It's a retention lot. Don't name which lots they are.
Okay,
Or lots on the western side of the property and then they all. I'm not sure.
We don't have the plans from that, you were with us, they were revised after that.
that the plans from the last meeting?
No, 2 meetings ago, it sounds like,
Good,
they were revised in March.
What was the date on the plans, you know?
Yeah, it was.
No. Not on.
I think it's the February meeting, so I'm not sure
Yeah.
what the date of those plans.
It would have been February, before February for the plans, I don't have this.
I think bring those down.
But that was definitely when we had the extension at the top of it, which, it's, I think 6 lots up there, we reduced it to 3 and no road.
You got it in the truck, I'm pretty sure.
No, this could be original. I don't.
Can we say the 3 most western lots?
Say anything you
4
want.
lots at the time, but 3 lots now.
45, 6, and 7. Yeah, so it was 1 through 7.
1 through 7.
They are, yeah.
It was 1 through 7.
Okay,
Yes, okay, for this coming. For the time.
All right, did anyone have anything else?
I'll make a motion to approve February 14th minutes.
As presented, we didn't make any changes.
Right, because.
Right. Lot 1 to 7 was correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so a second,
I'll second.
all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Consideration of the meeting minutes from Wednesday, February 28th, 2024. Does anyone have any comments, changes, questions?
give me 1 second. Line 320.
I do have one. On 105. Says Member Bowden recommends in addition to the letter that it should include that if they are adding to the wastewater.
Should inquire as to whether.
Yeah, and I think it was in reference to the after hour band operations,
Okay, so.
music operations.
105,
105
Yeah, I'm looking at.
just said that it should include consideration for the after hour band operations. If they're adding to the wastewater that is considered with inspection. And I didn't remember on line 182, I didn't remember OJ saying that the
what line are you on?
182. I didn't remember OJ saying that Advise Mr. Nosworthy and Ms. Ludwig, they are not here to have private conversations and they will need to speak up if they want this recorded in the minutes. Did you say that? I don't remember you saying that, that's why I'm asking. Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
see, what line is that?
182,
182.
page 5.
Steve, you were here, do you remember him saying that?
I don't think it was directed right at them, but it was other people talking.
It was what going?
Yeah, there was a lot of other talking going on at that time.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes, yeah. it
I
makes
would
sense.
say BOS Robinson advises that members of the audience need to speak up if they want to be recorded in the minutes, something
Right.
like that.
Yeah.
Make it concise.
And take out the Mr. Nosworthy and Ms. Ludwig. Get that going?
And then line 191, E. Should clarify that Mr. Berglund must also pay Ray Corber's fee if a significant amount of time is involved.
And on 337, it just says. We took a vote,
What line? 337.
335 and 337.
Uh,
37. It says, Chair Spanos, member Black. The votes weren't. Written down as what they were. But it said that in the end, it said that, 348 said the planning board voted 4-1. So I'm assuming that there was one, I think OJ was the no vote.
I voted no as well.
What's that?
I voted no as well. It says on
Well,
line,
You read all the way down, it says Chair Spanos voted yes, and alternate member Black said yes. So that's 2, right?
Where is this at?
And then the bottom, 42. Line 338 to 342, number 342.
338, 342.
so yeah, I said yes. My concern with the purchase was based on budget and taxes versus land use issues. So that, in that regard, I said yes. And then 348, it clarifies, board voted 4-1 to not support the purchase of Campers World.
Right. That's all I have.
All right, anyone have anything else?
Motion to accept the February 28th minutes as amended.
Second,
I'll second.
Paul made the motion, Daniel second, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Right, continuation of the meeting minutes from March 13th, 2024. Does anyone have any questions, comments, concerns on these minutes?
Check, sure. Oh, I'll make a motion, we approve the,
There's a question on line 4,
there is,
page 2. I guess the minutes are condensed, but we didn't make any vote on Mike Fawcett, which said he should submit a letter of interest. We read, there was a question.
Okay, that's what it should say where I wrote it in red.
Right, so
I see a mistake on page 1, 2, You see the margins are too small, so it's hard to read, numbers here, but,
What page? So,
Yes.
page nine. Page nine, third from the bottom. And it should be means, so, how you can, instead of how you can. Statutory lien mechanisms. Long word.
What's that? You're talking about the statutory lien mechanisms?
Right.
Yeah, okay, it's spelled wrong. Anyone have anything else?
I'll make a motion we approve March 13th as amended.
Okay, Paul, with the motion, any second? Joe? All in favor, say aye. Anyone opposed?
I don't know if Joe can make a motion because he's not seated.
And,
I'm alternate.
right, so you're not seated, so.
I'll make it a
All
second.
right, so Danielle made the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Put your
Aye.
hand up. I'm in favor, okay.
Aye,
Any
aye.
objections? Aye, okay. Right, that's done. Want to agenda. Special review for.
Lane.
Nate Gianito, conceptual owners of the Red Sleigh Inn, a contactless boutique inn, currently has 6 rental rooms. They would like to add additional rental units. Is there somebody here for this?
I think he's on, Zoom, I had him on the schedule way before we
Yeah.
continued anything else, so,
Right?
Is he here?
let's see.
What's his name?
Nate Gianito, are you on Zoom? All right, we'll move on, comes on later. Next item, notice of public hearing on request for subdivision approval. Subdivision 2024-01, map 118, lot 39, lot origin, BBA South PLC. Modify 3 lots and create a total of 28 new lots referred to as phase 4 or Upper Crooked Mountain Road subdivision for Aspen Heights.
Good evening.
Even,
Scott Michelli from Longfellow Design, John Wazoka from Horizons Engineering.
it's talking about,
How are you? Good evening. So we don't have a lot to go over tonight.
Okay.
Just a quick update since the last meeting. We had a productive call with Ray Porter, to go through his, technical memorandum number 1. We also received his technical memorandum number 2, since the last meeting. We are resubmitting this week revised information that addresses TM number 1. And we also got AOT comments since the last meeting, so. And wetlands. So, we're in the process of revising the drainage design to address both Ray's TM number 2, and the AOT comments and wetland comments. And those will go back to Ray, end of this week as well. However, the one thing that we did want to try to get accomplished tonight was, and we mentioned it at the last meeting, was the board's never acted on our application as being deemed complete.
Mhm.
So we wanted to try to get that one item addressed tonight. Well, yeah.
does anyone have any thoughts on that?
I don't know how we can deem it complete until we have the all the comments taken care of. I mean, it's easy to do at the same time. Next time you come in, as long as you have all your comments, all the raised comments taken care of, then we can deem the application as complete.
Well, that's not the way the board's done it in the past. And, you know,
We're trying to have the applications vetted by the town engineer and the technical review team.
so
We
is the
start-
board's policy to have all the review engineer's comments addressed prior to deeming the application complete now?
We try to,
We're trying to, I mean, if there's significant items outstanding,
right. I mean, and both this technical memorandums that, I mean, all those things need to be addressed. Because if they're not, they're gonna affect whether the application is complete or not.
Well, I guess, so just from our perspective, just pointing this out, that, you know, if you look at the checklist that the town provides for completeness review. And really the review clock doesn't start for us until there's a completeness determination on that application. So it gets to be a challenge from a timing standpoint if it never gets deemed complete until basically it's ready to be approved.
well, you know,
that-
but if we accept the application, it's 65 days for decision,
Correct.
not approval.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, good decision, yeah, and again,
Which you're better off to wait. It works to your benefit to have it all.
I mean,
all done.
if the process was efficient, then yeah, I think so, but it's just these pretty complex reviews, so I guess the point being that it just, we wanna understand what the targets to shoot for completeness determination for the future application, I guess.
I mean,
did you want to say something?
yeah, I mean, I would think you just, resolve all the raised issues.
So you don't go by the checklist anymore for completeness review.
Well, no, we do.
We do, once a technical review committee is done, and
The
we,
technical review committee is when it gets first. They're supposed to come back to us, Ray comes back with his technical memorandums, what he thinks needs to be addressed. Once they get addressed, then the application is considered complete, it should be. And there'll be no outstanding issues, and we can go on and look at the application and plan and do it.
That's not every single thing, you know, usually it's a manageable amount of. Stuff that might be still outstanding depending on what the planning board wants to do in one particular area or another, so. It's not every single thing, it's
There's a lot,
most things.
there's a lot on raised technical memorandums that need to be addressed.
I'm just saying.
No, I know it's not everything.
Saying, you know, saying everything on it is, you know, usually there is a few outstanding things that it still is considered complete. And when you deal with those few, it tries to narrow it down, so it's a, and the few issues for the planning board.
so. Get hold of the board. Last time, does the planning board wish to require sidewalks? That was no. Does the planning board wish to set aside open space? That was no. Does the planning board need any clarification on the ownership of the roadway and any utility extensions?
I think you're looking at, the other,
Yeah, this is the other one. We have one for this project too, I'm looking at the wrong one.
There were
I don't know what I reprinted out.
There were easements that needed to be dealt with, there was minimum lot sizes that needed to be dealt with, there were. The green space that needed to be dealt with and how that was gonna come up to. There was the wing wall easement, there was, some lots that we were talking about that had. Landlocked, whether they were considered landlocked or not. There was. The storage tank. And how that was gonna affect what could or could not be done. And I think that was some of the, I don't think all of them, but those are some of the ones that I had that would be affected by the application being complete, those would all have to be.
And I think most of those have been addressed through, or are in the process of being addressed through answering Ray's memorandum.
I mean, do we have a new plan that shows all that on it?
Ray does.
Okay, we don't have this plan yet.
Ray,
No, he's getting it.
getting it this week.
So we don't have it right,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
I mean, it's,
No, we don't disagree that there are outstanding comments. I think it's just, I mean, I disagree with the board's position on this. I mean, I think determining an application complete is in your regs, what is required to be submitted for you to accept the application. Right? And then there's always going to be technical comments. It's just, I've never seen it where you basically wait until you're almost ready to approve it to say it's complete and then start the clock down. And if the board, I understand the board's concern about the 65 days, but if we're working through the progress, you know, we grant extensions to get to that point, because you could just say, well, you haven't addressed everything in 65 days, so we can be in a position to deny it. We wouldn't want that, so we would extend it.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I'll also mention, you know, I was chair of the planning board in my town in New Hampshire for about 7 or 8 years. And that's how we did it when I was in my town.
Mhm.
we're in Lincoln now.
Well, I mean,
I'm just saying, I'm just offering.
Just so you know,
I know you guys have.
I want to let you know where you're at.
I am, you know, but again, hearing how other towns do it, sometimes it's helpful. You know, and being open-minded to that, I guess, is all I ask is to hear it, you know, and it's just. What the problem with it is that, you know. Deeming it, the procedure of deeming it complete and then opening the public hearing. Makes it a little bit more of a manageable process than opening the public hearing before it's deemed complete, because now you're hearing an application that's not complete. And so what if you change the application, so you gotta keep rolling the hearing, and it just gets to be a little bit more. This is what I found when I chaired my board, so
Okay.
just saying, take it for what it's
appreciate your
worth.
feedback. Does anyone else have any other thoughts? Does anyone want to consider this application complete tonight? I can run through it.
I'd rather wait to get all the information.
Right, Steve?
Yeah. It's a big application.
Okay, OJ? You have anything?
I guess my thought is that we would, if everything has been submitted that we've asked for and on the application, we deem it complete and then start that 65-day process. And again, the technical review can continue, but we can go forward with a complete application.
So I think we need to revisit the policy. That's my thought.
Well, do you want some input from Jason?
Yeah, Jay, sure, he's here.
I'll provide 2 comments related to the completeness question. Both come from the statute, RSA 676-4. And checklist notwithstanding, obviously that's a good guide post. But the rubric from the statute is, to quote, a completed application means that sufficient information is included or submitted to allow the board to proceed with consideration and to make an informed decision. So my take on that is you do not need every single possible question answered, because of course that's some of the stuff that will happen through the substantive hearing process. But if you were to deem it complete, could you start to make an informed decision? And even if a checklist is fully filled out, if there's something that you feel is missing and you really couldn't make an informed decision, I think you can make the decision that it's not complete. It may be something that you guys revisit as far as the checklist in the future to make that more handy for everybody. So you don't need every single answer to every single question, but you need enough information to proceed with consideration to make an informed decision. Now, if the question is being posed to deem it complete and you move to a vote, if you do not deem it complete, the statute also talks about providing some information specific enough to the applicant so that they know what they need to have a completed application. So that's a little bit of an obligation on the board from the statute. And I can pull that part up as well. The board shall, it says the board shall notify the applicant of the determination, which shall describe the information, procedure, or other requirement necessary for the application to be complete. Which of course I think makes sense from an applicant's perspective, that hey, we get it. You don't have enough information to make a decision. Tell us what we need to get you. So I think I would leave it at that. I think it's really up to the board's discretion whether they feel they have that information. If they don't, however, they need to kind of give that this in a succinct and clear enough fashion so that the applicant can give you that information so that next go around, you can get to a completeness determination.
I think we need to have the latest set of plans before we can consider the application complete.
We can certainly get you that. I guess the question to your attorney's your counsel's just recent comment here that. So we can bring in the plan set, but are there any other items specific that we need to address of all Ray's comments that have been received thus far in order to deem it complete? Because again, we really would like to get to that
Yep,
point.
sure. Do we have, question list? We have a list of questions that Ray had for this application,
There was 2 lists. I don't really vote.
but I mean, I think we can. They could submit the information, then we can ask.
Well, that's why I said, I mean, I brought this from when Ray did it. That's actually, do we have it? We may have it in our minutes we approved tonight. That may be somewhere I got it.
I did not attach that.
The checklist, I know, yeah.
I didn't see it in the minutes. I don't
Yeah.
know if I have it.
I'm trying to find date of that.
I know I don't have it.
Because we said that, you're right, the sidewalks, open space. We needed to have the open space. The usable space exclusions was no. The landlocked lots needed to be taken care of. And we said the traffic study, we did not come to any real conclusion on. And that was technical memo number 1. I haven't seen technical memo number 2. If I have, I don't know where that is. Then there was the next minutes that I had. That's where we got into the small lots. The steep slopes, we said that we didn't, that wasn't an issue. And lot size, the easements and utility easements. Again, the minimum lot size, if you've taken care of all those.
We have.
The resource protection easements at the brook crossing and at the wing walls. And then the roadway frontage, landlocked road frontage. So I think those. And the. There was one on the. Main pressure zone system, that was above 1,000 feet. That we needed to have some. What was actually gonna be done, what wasn't gonna be done. That's all, that's what I got from the minutes that I have. Here.
So
So the set of plans that's going back in,
The set of plans you have that we don't have should have all that on it and.
we have, yeah,
That with the application that says that they've all been addressed, and we can just go right through it. It would be pretty simple.
I mean, I think we can have them back in 2 weeks and take a vote.
Yeah.
On the application being complete.
I will not be.
We can do it.
So like in 2 weeks, we'll have addressed, the Ray will have that plan set in town, Carol will have that set this week. So that'll be the updated plan set that we can present next meeting, we can
I mean,
do all
I
that.
think it's fair that we get a set of plans.
Yes, understood.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just, we haven't had the comment letter that long, so,
Yeah, okay.
we jumped right on it, we got it addressed, and fortunately, concurrently, we got wetlands and AOT comments, we're wrapping some of those into that as well, so. The plan set's coming together to the point where we're ready here. We can address some of those other comments that are not plan related there. And hopefully that gives what we need, I guess, just moving forward,
Right.
attorney's comment, it'd be nice to know.
Yeah,
who
the green
voted on
space,
this.
the green space one is one you'll have to address. The other one that I had is that it's more along the lines of, there's a lot, South Peak has got a lot opened up. So this down along the river. We've got the Cedar Circle, got Fireside, and now you're gonna have this one going up in. The town has had, with another developer, issues with how much is being open, given the fact of what happens if it doesn't get done. And maybe we should, at some point, talk to Jason about a bonding type of a thing, so that the town's not left with something that happened. I mean, everybody knows who the development is, that
Yeah.
it was partially done, and then there was foundations left, and they
Yeah.
fell apart, cracked. So, I mean, I think that there's something that says how, and I'm not trying to inhibit what you're doing, I'm just trying to say, the town needs some protection that says that just in case tomorrow the financial world falls apart, that there's some sort of bonding mechanism in place to allow for it to be cleaned up or whatever it needs to be done, so that can be,
Site stabilization.
yeah,
That's,
yeah. And to me, that's, because of all the stuff that's coming in, and yet you have some pretty big things going on over there, that it would be beneficial to be able to have something like that, I think.
yeah, I mean, we can discuss that when we discuss the application.
Right,
As we go through the
I-
process.
right, I'm just putting that out there because it's,
We
we
don't,
just keep
we
going,
don't want to be in the business of finishing on roads at the taxpayer expense.
roads or,
Or any infrastructure,
foundations,
not ours.
drainages, whatever.
We don't wanna get stuck like the kid over Mountain Lake.
Or evil.
So maybe we can talk to Jason about that tonight sometime before he leaves, and just, if
Well, I mean, why don't we talk, we'll talk to him now, just,
want to talk to him, Jason?
did you hear that about the bonding?
Yes, and so if that is a question as to application completeness, then I would say, obviously, they don't need to give you all their bonding information to have an application deemed to be complete. However, if it's a question as to whether it makes some sense to put a condition of bonding on, then I would say yes, obviously, to the board's discretion there, within the subdivision and site plan review regs, the board has that authority to require bonding, and it could be bonding for a variety of different issues. And if it's bonding to protect incomplete projects being left so that there's the ability to do site stabilization or cleanup or whatever else it may be, then certainly you have the discretion to put that on as a condition. But you don't need to know exactly what the terms of the bond would be for an application to be complete. So my apologies if I'm conflating two things there, but just in order to be clear, they could give you an application without any indication of what the bond would be. It could be deemed complete. They could come in for the hearing. You could hear what they have to say, have some concerns. And as a result of those concerns, say, okay, fine, we'll grant your approval with the condition that fill in the blank with exactly sort of what type of bonding requirement you would want.
So
All that, yeah.
So Jason, my question to you is exactly that. Bonding is part of our checklist. And who and how determines how much and what you try to do for a bond? Is it Ray, the engineer? Is it the town? Combination of both? Is it the Board of Selectmen? I mean, because there's been issues before where where the town, people have come to the town that have been in other developments and said, hey, look, the developer's gone, this happened, now what do we do? So who determines per what part of what application, and how much bonding that you try to do for that?
Yeah, I completely understand the concern. But to answer the question, it's Ray, in my opinion, in the first instance, with the board's ultimate approval, because Ray, obviously, as an engineer who's dealt with a number of projects, has a sense of what the cost of things could be, and therefore can give a technical, information, experienced-based assessment of what some costs might be, and therefore inform the decision of sort of what amount that needs to be of security of whatever form, because You know, you can get security in different types of forms. It doesn't necessarily have to be a traditional bond, but it's that information should, at least in the first instance, come from Ray, because again, he will be the best person to provide dollar amounts. Obviously, the applicant can weigh in, of course, because they can say, hey, we've done these types of things and here are costs we've seen. The board candidly doesn't have to accept any of that, but they should be willing to hear what Ray has to say, and in the end, it's the board's decision on type and amount.
And bonding should go by per the application. So for every application or for every that the applicant makes, that's the bond is specific to that application.
Yes.
Or is it just a general bond for South Peak? That's what I'm saying. I don't know how that works.
I think he's asking us for the corporation, for the developer, it's
Or, yeah,
blanket one.
I mean, is it just a blanket bond because there's so much happening over there? Or is it just, are we gonna try and make these poor people bond for every project in order to try and do that? I'm just asking how that works, because I don't know.
I think from a board jurisdictional perspective, you could not, in the context of one application, issue a decision that says this applicant has to do this general bond for everything. So for me, that would come more in a development or developers agreement, that you have those type of conversations, and otherwise you would do it per application. All applications, even if in situations where there's a master plan or something like that, really kind of have to be looked at individually because things per application / project. But in certain situations where there's an active developer and they've got one project here, one project there, or they're amending projects and doing a lot of different work, and it makes some sense for the developer to have other types of agreements with the town, that could be done. It would be done slightly differently than in the context of a planning board hearing on an application. But if it's done and there is an overall development agreement or developers agreement, then that could easily be used and relied on in any subsequent application, because you would be able to skip right over that question because you know you have a general or generic bond that covers whatever the developer is for whatever level of projects that you've discussed it with. So if they've got 5 and there's a bond that covers 4 in a development agreement, then the 5th one, for whatever reason, didn't get that, then you still want to talk about it. So you could do it either way, but if you do it as a larger matter, then you obviously wouldn't do it at the public hearing for one application, because there's been no notice. So you wouldn't want to take the time to do that in a public hearing for one application. You could do that with the developer and through maybe myself as counsel and developers counsel to try and come up with terms that would be beneficial to the town, that the developer is able to agree with, that doesn't impact them in some way that they would sort of reject, and then obviously have an issue if that's the case. So long-winded answer, but for tonight's purpose, well, there's not an application sort of complete that's pending, but for tonight's purpose, if we were dealing with this one, we would do bonding for just this project, this application.
The town does have a developer agreement, is that right, OJ?
Yes, I don't believe it addresses an
Bonding.
overall global bonding.
Okay,
So with that, without that provision, we would have to do each of these individually.
Yeah, and in fairness and transparency, I don't think that the planning board could compel the applicant to do a sort of global bonding. But it may make sense because it's actually more effective and efficient for them and the town to just deal with it one time and be done with it.
yeah. That's what I was trying to think.
Did you have your hand up?
I did, in the past, Ray has asked the contractors or the engineer for the applicant to come up with a schedule of what they think are bondable items and costs, and then he reviews it and makes a recommendation and interacts with with them to make sure that they have reasonable figures for the bond.
I mean, again, I don't think,
It's not that
Okay.
Ray does it himself.
He worked with the applicant's engineer to come up with a number.
And then he reviews.
I mean, I think we were just looking at one phase or one application and that's all they were gonna have, but there's a lot
Scale.
of things that are open here, you know, so, and you wanna keep going.
Question? Has Ray ever asked for that or required that upfront with an application? Or is that something that's done after the project is on its way to being approved and seeing what the end result of the project is, if there's been any changes, and then asks the applicant to come up with an estimate of specific things that we want bonded, such as roadways, infrastructure, whatever it is?
We've,
Go ahead, yeah.
I think typically, OJ, we've done it prior to the approval process. I know like at Forest Ridge, that bonding was done prior to the approval process, so
I think we,
That was,
really-
that
and
approval,
Ray,
no,
Ray
that,
has
that-
done that.
you can't both talk at once, so.
Go ahead, OJ.
I believe in Forest Ridge, that approval was done as part of the deliberation of the planning board discussing what we wanted done. And then it was given back to the developers to present something to Ray to look at and deem reasonable and then given to the board to approve.
Well, we can look back.
I think
The applicant for Forest Ridge did not come to the planning board and say, I want to build this project. And here's what I'm proposing for cost estimates for a bond. Unless I totally missed it, that didn't happen.
Yeah, that didn't.
Well, the applicant did do it, we asked,
We can ask, but we, for us to sit here and just make up the numbers on the fly.
but it's always been, as Carol said, so when we look at a project, they come forward, and then if it's a project that we think needs bonding as part of the checklist, then we say, you know, you've got a big enough project here, and that's why it's on a checklist. And Ray usually says, he takes a look at it at that point, as Carol said, and comes up with they determine an amount that would be bonded, but that's usually done prior to, you know, the project being approved, so you know what the amount is. I mean, the applicant would want to know ahead of time.
That's
What
exactly what I was trying to say, Paul. It's
Right.
part of the approval process. It's not part of the application process. We have it on our application. It says on our application, this is one of the things that we're requiring applicants to fill out is the estimate of cost of required improvements and statement concerning bond or other security. That's a requirement of our application. And
Right.
I mean, I don't think we've ever had an applicant come in and say, you know, this is what you should make me bond, and that's gonna cost, or that estimate is gonna, you know, be whatever, $500,000. We always wait till we're in the approval process and then have that discussion and then involve Ray and then ask, and then ask the applicant to come up with an estimate of costs and then involve Ray.
That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, but as we get through the process, we know
That's
that we
fine,
understand what
right.
needs to be bonded, et
Right.
cetera.
I just don't want to spring it on you. Spring it on them at the end is all I'm saying, you know, or during that process,
Okay,
just so you know we're thinking about it. I mean,
does anyone have anything else?
I would just add to that, sorry, everybody, that obviously as that's being discussed, the applicant who's there is going to know that it's an issue with the town before a sort of final decision.
Right.
And it can simply be a condition of approval, similar to easements and things like that. It can be a condition subsequent such that you've got your approval, but before certain things can happen, these final boxes need to be checked. What, you know, specific easement language, specific type and amount of bonding. And because that could change through the process if there's multiple meetings and working through a project, the amount of bonding at day one, based on what the full scope of the project is versus any tweaks kind of that happen through that natural application process or any revisions, you may think it needs to go up or down before you get to that final meeting where a conditional approval is going to be done. So I think the process as OJ discussed it is right. I would just make sure to add that you would want to be clear that it is a condition of approval so that when Ray goes to the applicant and talks about bonding, the applicant doesn't turn around and say, that's a great idea, but we don't have to.
All right.
That's fine.
All right, so Carol's not gonna be here, but, you know, we have a lot of applications to have, we're not gonna get through them if we only have one meeting a month.
Well, I mean, we'll have to have somebody else stand in, so. You have 4 things on the agenda. For April 20.
For the 24th,
What do we have?
You have a conceptual, Herman Foodie, you have, we had the Pemmy Base Camp put down there.
Yeah.
Which may or may not disappear, I don't know.
Yeah.
You have another conceptual, Jesse Singh,
for which one?
Jesse down here,
Oh, okay,
and then you just had me put on South Peak extension, hearing.
so, well, I mean, the conceptuals shouldn't take too long,
Well,
so.
Carol, are we scheduled yet for our other 2? One that just filed?
No.
Those aren't on the agenda yet, okay.
No, I don't have the, I don't have- You sent it to me, I looked at it.
Nothing.
It's like I have everything else.
Okay, so is there a motion to continue this to April 24th, 2024?
so moved.
Second.
Paul made the motion, will be second, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Do you have any other questions? You're all,
I guess just on the completeness review. We just need to understand, I still don't think we fully understand what we need to provide
Okay,
to
well,
be deemed complete, but we can,
we're working out on the 24th.
Yeah.
and I think that, you know, in dealing with Ray once he's back and getting, you know, you get the full set of plans that are finished. I think that will be you got 2 weeks to get those all ready, and then that should, I would think, be fine.
Okay.
You know, we can go through that.
You can get them before, because I still have.
Before
to
is
be
better.
Like, by Wednesday, the week before, because I gotta put the packets together, I gotta do the agenda and anything.
I think we're targeting the end of this week for the plan revisions, so. You should be able to get those electronic files, certainly. As soon as we send them to Ray, you get them.
Some goes great.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, the subdivision related. Subdivision 2023-08, map 114, lot 49.3, Ethan Cooney, agent for Kyle McManus, DBA Coolidge Ridge LLC, major subdivision dividing one lot into 10 lots, 4 lots for duplexes and 6 lots of single-family residences, SFR. And subdivision 2023-09, map 114, lot 49, Ethan Conley, agent Sean G. Conley, DBA C2 Equity Partners LLC, DBA Lincoln Valley Development LLC. Major subdivision dividing one lot into 18 lots, 17 lots for 17 single-family residences, and 1 lot for 1 duplex.
Jim?
Like, that's, yeah,
We've got some new people come in. Before we get on to this big one, can we see if the red slide's here yet? Is there anyone from the red slide?
Okay, yeah.
Are you here from the red slide? Anybody?
okay.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah, that's fine. Glad you brought it up.
They were going to try to zoom in, so.
Are they on the Zoom? I don't know if
I
anyone
don't
else.
see anyone with that name.
No.
There's only one page in back. It's not on the screen somewhere, right?
Can you scroll and see if there's anybody else? I don't just see if there's.
I don't think there is. I don't see any arrows.
I don't see anybody.
Okay.
I need to recruit myself for this one too, then.
Sorry.
I need to recruit myself for this one too.
Okay. Danielle's is recusing herself. Joe will be seated. Go ahead.
Good evening, Chair. Bob Gary. on behalf of the applicants, Coolidge Ridge, Lincoln Valley Development. Ethan Conley and Sean Conley are here, half of the LLCs. With me is an engineer from Bowler,
Austin Turner with Bowler.
Austin,
Yep, Austin.
Um, this board has spent some thoughtful time with with these applications.
Mhm.
And I think the applications are better because of it. At the last meeting, you approved the applications as complete. Since then, the engineers, with Bowler and Ray have worked diligently. Attorney Dennis and myself, Attorney Lick, have also tackled the legal issues. We believe that the applications are in a position where they can be approved conditionally. The conditions relate to argue that the legal issues that Attorney Dennis and I are sorting through, they're the easements. And so we've had some productive discussions, and Attorney Dennis has provided us with some guidance on that. And so I think that would be the conditions that for the approval. I guess it'd be conditions subsequent. We have responded and addressed to Corber's technical memo, and we are here to ask for the both applications to be conditionally approved.
are you corrected? We had some issues with landlocked parcels last time. Have you corrected those on the revised plans?
Yeah, again,
Carol?
I just want to say that, you know, we just barely got the plan, so. I am.
No one
Ray has
reviewed them
been
yet.
working on them, I know he has been working on them. I haven't had a chance to even look at them, and I don't think you guys have either.
So when did these plans come in? I
Right.
might ask,
What's that again, Paul?
when did the plans get received?
Wednesday. No,
Monday.
Friday.
I think we sent them in on Friday and we got you copies.
I think
as well.
Carol sent us an email, paper plans weren't here yet.
Right, and then they just did the last couple of days, so.
So the town only had these revised plans for days,
Well, let me see.
And the rev-
Stamp.
The dated 4/8/2024.
and the revised plans address all of Ray's comments on all of his technical memo.
Correct, yeah, so again, for the record, Austin Turner with Bowler. So we addressed all of the technical comments that Ray had provided in his latest memo, I think technical memorandum number 2. So we addressed all the technical items in there prior to us completing the letter and the revisions that are documented in the drawings that you now have. We had a call with Ray to go through his letter line by line to make sure that we and then Ray were aligned on the responses. There are a couple of things in there, as I'm sure this board is well aware, which were design preferences on Ray's behalf, where they don't appreciably affect the plan. They're certainly not things that affect the plan in terms of its compliance with your regulations. And in those instances, we respectfully declined to make those changes because he was asking for roadway extensions, lot line adjustments, things like that, that frankly are immaterial to the preferred development program and don't have any implications with respect to how that program satisfies your bylaws and dimensional requirements.
So,
Well, I think he was
so
making,
when did you have that, when did you have that discussion?
That was the end of last week, the Thursday or Friday of last week.
So do we have anything from Ray that?
Yeah.
That states that he's had this discussion and whether he has further concerns or that everything,
okay, so, today, 1:31. For clarity, in case you wish to revisit the list of questions staff had for the planning board on the subject project. Here is what I heard at the last planning board meeting, see below. And, you know, this was the questions that were posed to them on this
These are the
particular project.
We went through.
And then he wrote what he thought your answer was, you know, as a sidewalks, no. Set aside open space, no. Clarification on ownership of roadway extensions. Yes, the applicant proposed 3 HOAs, Mansion Hill, Valley View, and Whitewood. And follow-up discussions. The applicant, I understand, is now proposing to put everything under one HOA. So he suggests that this be confirmed with the applicant. And that's
That's
one
correct.
HOA.
The intent is to do one HOA, but it's all responsibilities for the roadways and related infrastructure.
Okay, so then the next one is, does the planning board need clarification on ownership of the common stormwater management facilities? And the answer was yes, and he said, see above item, meaning just confirm it, so he just wants to confirm that.
That is also confirmed, building the responsibility of the HOA.
So the next one has to be confirmed, too. Does the planning board wish to consider professional, special provisions for protecting wetland areas? Yes, you said, and I understand the applicant is proposing to add restrictions to each lot via deed restriction. They've indicated they do not wish to convey the wetland areas to the broader HOA. So we want to confirm that. Does that sound right to you?
That also sounds correct,
Okay,
and those items have been memorialized, so.
So we need a list of what these things are if they're gonna be conditions.
Okay, embodied.
So we would need a list of what Ray's comments are, if any of them are supposed to be conditions. I don't have that, is it?
right, yeah, you have it, I just barely got it.
Right.
Oh, we have.
This is on your table tonight, it's
It's on your, Mansion Hill Pie.
Okay, April 8th, 2024.
Through the chair, would it be possible to get a copy of that
131.
correspondence?
Yeah, we were not provided with that.
Oh,
Could we get a copy of that correspondence, please? Just to make sure we have it. Or if it could be forwarded to us or a hard copy.
You have to make it for-
All right, is there one there, that pile, Carol?
Some OJ stuff.
Oh, right, check OJ's
Yeah, I don't
pile.
want that.
It's the top thing.
Thank you very much.
What's the date on that? What you have?
April 10th.
$131.
It was on top of the,
Oh, I have it right, I had it all right
the
there.
pile.
The new one there. Somehow,
On top of the whole board.
then April 10th. I don't have the 8th.
Hearing that?
Yeah, we can share it. You can-
Okay,
Do you have the 10th?
here, what's this one? Okay. April 10th, yeah. Yeah, I want to.
Oh, there. I'm about to-
Sure.
Yeah, I didn't see.
Third set, hi, Carol.
That's it, no? Paving partners.
Found yours. April 10th. And top of the board file. We see how this,
And we have the traffic.
Hi, Carol.
Traffic on the-
Glenn.
Underneath it.
Okay, everybody got theirs? Okay, do you have yours?
He's muted. Okay, you're muted.
You're muted.
I have the one from April 8th. I do not have the one from April 10th.
Their scanner thing is not working, so.
So can we?
Can I ask, is the April 10th response from Ray to the April 8th comments from Bowler?
No, it is, it is going through his March 13th list. You know, does the planning board wish to require sidewalks? That email. And then he put his responses to that email on, you know, he kind of used the March 13th email and then answered the questions and attached it to the April 10th email.
Jim, this is Karina. I'll email it to OJ right now.
Okay,
Thank you, Corinne.
Thank you, Karina.
okay. So why don't we go through these? Cal's been going through them, so
Are you gonna go through them?
I can go through them.
I mean, and we'll need to see whether they're gonna be a condition of or
Right, so. The first one, we didn't have any concerns about requiring sidewalks. We didn't request they set aside any open space. And now you're gonna put everything under one HOA, that's correct?
That's correct. The HOA will have authority to maintain, manage, and operate the infrastructure.
Okay, so we,
And I think it was a question of the upper left or west lots, and those deeds will have easements in them for the HOA to go maintain all the.
Yeah.
The infrastructure.
so will the plan? Does the plan? Include and whether, is there something in the HOA? Documents that clarify the ownership of the roadway and utility extensions?
The HOA documents will include that. and it'll be
So that will need to be,
so that'll be,
that'll have to be a
the condition
condition.
of approval, we require review of the HOA documents.
So that'll be a condition of approval that the,
Right, subject to review of the
Right.
HOA documents.
And I think that would be on the list that we work with Attorney Dennis on with the easement.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, but. We don't put it as a condition, you'll say, no, that doesn't matter.
And,
Yeah.
Dennis, so he needs to chime in. here.
Oh, go ahead, Dennis, sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to say that I have had those conversations with Attorney Lick and Attorney Carey. And so I am comfortable with the conversations we've had to, if the board gets to a conditional approval, to be able to craft the language to deal with those issues. But yes, you should make sure that you do specifically make them condition subsequent so that, you know, it's, everybody understands and on the same page and there's enforceability to it. And just as a sort of, I guess, point of order or whatever, it may make some sense to do that as you go along with these. For any of these that you want to have be a condition subsequent, somebody could decide that let's just make the motion now and vote on it, that should we approve this, this would be a condition. That way you can sort of check it off, and at the end, you know what you're doing, if you get to that point.
Right.
You don't have to do it that way. It might save a little bit of time and make it clearer for everybody, so
Yeah,
you don't.
I've been making notes go along.
right,
Okay, that probably works too. Sorry.
That's okay. Cal,
So where do the findings of fact come in?
do we have any findings of fact? We don't have any at the moment. We haven't come up with any.
Well, I'm just asking Attorney Dennis.
they were supposed to have some for this project. Has anyone asked? Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask you, because I'm assuming that you were gonna be the one that put together the findings of fact.
I have put some together. Unfortunately, similar to Ray with time and whatnot, I didn't get them out before today. But I did email them quite late in the day to Carol. One of the things we did come up at the last meeting was the concept that, I think it did, if my recollection is failing me, my apologies, that the applicant could certainly come up with some too. I don't think they did that. They don't have an obligation really to do that. And so what I have presented to Carol, and I'm happy to go through them at some point if we want to do that one by one, although you don't have to address every single one, is I did it in a way that it's sort of an affirmative thing. Yes, we find this fact, and by finding that fact, that would ultimately support an approval. Whereas if you don't find those facts, they wouldn't support approval. So just because the finding of fact is we find that this adequately meets whatever, doesn't mean that I'm inferring or implying that it is. That's obviously the board's job. And so there are a few of those for your consideration, and I apologize, it took me a while to get to them. But I can pull it up and go through it at the appropriate time if we get to that point where we're, you're making a final decision.
Go ahead, I can't hear you.
Why don't we go down through it and then we'll do the findings fact after all of it.
Does the planning board need clarification on ownership of common stormwater management facilities? Yes, see above item.
So will that also be in the
That, I would think that would be part of the HOA document.
HOA?
That's correct, yes,
So that would be in the HOA documents.
yes.
Okay.
Does the planning board wish to consider special provisions for protecting the wetland area? Yes, I understand the applicant is proposing to add restrictions to each lot by deed restrictions.
So if I could ask a question, how are we gonna make sure that that happens? How do we know that happens? I mean-
I mean,
Do we put it, is it put in the plans? It should be a note. Some of these things I would think should be in the notes of the plan. Because the plan gets recorded. And that way there,
it'll be,
You know,
yeah, sorry,
at least we'll have
in
a,
the deed, and then the deed will be recorded.
right, so there should be something in historical,
I mean,
if we're gonna
basically,
do
I
it.
would have said at the last meeting, people, how do you stop someone from dumping leaves into the wetlands?
Right.
Filling in a little bit.
No, I understand. I'm just saying, whatever we decide, I think should be. Things that might be forgotten, there should be a way to memorialize those, and I think the plans, the recorded plans are probably one way to do that.
There's gonna be. Ethan comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's gonna be, there's an exhibit which we propose, and there's very defined meets and bounds of the exhibit area, which overshoots the actual wetland, by the way. So as far as determining, if somebody comes to you guys, hey, I wanna fill a pad for my shed or RV or whatever the concern is, it's gonna be pretty cut in your eye, I think. If they're approaching that wetland area, is that?
Well, I guess, yeah, I mean, I guess my concern would be, a neighbor comes to the planning board and says. Someone filled in the wetlands,
Well, that's-
and then the,
I mean, that's a state offense, it's,
Yeah, no.
yeah, I know, but if it's on the plan and it's registered.
Delineated.
In the record of deeds, then at least the planning board has the ability to go back to the HOA and say, hey, it was in the report. Then the HOA is gonna be the one that's gonna have to control it anyway,
May I
right?
make a suggestion to that?
go ahead, yeah.
So obviously, we've already talked about that will be memorialized by way of the deeds for those respective lots. We did, prior to the last meeting with your group here, prepare an exhibit that showed those areas expressly, like Mr. Conley just suggested. I would suggest that that document be attached to the deed and recorded with it, so that way it gives the board the ability to look at the deeds and clearly articulate what the language is.
Something,
There'll be a picture to accompany the language.
Yeah.
And those two things can be recorded together.
that'd be-
That could be a condition of a presumptive approval.
Okay, anyone have anything else on that? Does the planning board have any concerns regarding density and lot layout? I do not hear a definitive answer, but since the planning board has no concerns, this should be confirmed. Let's raise
So.
writing, I'm reading it off.
I do have a question about that. In the recent review that Ray had to. The graphic study that was done, they talked about another avenue off of there, if that was possible. Did you get the review of that? And is that possible, or does it make sense to do that?
I'll address that. After the last meeting, I followed up with a letter to Attorney Dennis and CC Carol to try to say, okay, here's what's still in play for engineering issues, legal issues. Traffic was resolved at the last meeting. And Attorney Dennis confirmed that that was an issue that was no longer on the table. What we were surprised to get a traffic report from Mr. Purnaw for an issue that was deemed resolved at the planning board's last hearing. And in follow-up with the town, I understand that has now been resolved and that is, traffic is not on an issue anymore.
Who'd you talk to about that?
We talked to Attorney Dennis about that.
No, it wasn't
Well-
an issue.
Cal, go ahead.
Well,
It was an issue. Ray said that he did not have the expertise to, so he said, I will get somebody to do a quick review.
That's what I
See
remember.
whether or not, they need, so that's exactly what he did. Steve Pernod, we checked with him first, we checked with Kareem first. We had listened to the minutes, went to the meeting, and he said, yes, go ahead, and it really is to the benefit of the applicant, because it says that, you know, he doesn't need an exhaustive, traffic study. And that is what, and I think you just didn't hear it. There was so much going on. I can see where somebody might.
but I have a letter to
Well,
document exactly what the agreement was, and I can make this an exhibit to the hearing.
Yep, no, that's fine. The only reason I ask about it is because most of the traffic study says that there is no problem with traffic up there. It just gives one recommendation. And it says, the number of residents rely on one access for emergency vehicles. For this reason, I suggest that roadway connections be made to both Mansion Hill Drive and Valley View Lane if feasible. And again, it says if feasible.
So I,
Go ahead and just jump in, and just with all due respect to the traffic engineer, it says he wasn't given a plan, so. You know, for him to visualize how the project was laid out, he didn't have it. But I'd like to, yeah, there is no one on any other roads, and they all funnel back by the. Kind of where that new police station is, there's nowhere else.
So it's not feasible to do anything.
it's not feasible, but I think the spirit, kind of further Ethan's point, the spirit of that comment was making sure that from an emergency response perspective, that the project was appropriately designed and they vetted it. And we have talked to the fire department on a number of occasions. I think they've communicated this to the board as well, that the design from their perspective is suitable and meets all of their expectations.
That was my next question. Has Ron weighed in on this and said that everything's okay?
I didn't talk to him first.
I think he
So,
provided that.
I mean, I suspect that Ray spoke to him personally.
Isn't there purpose for the
However-
technical review committee?
He was here in the last meeting.
At the last meeting, he did say he found it
Yeah, I mean-
acceptable.
Yeah, I mean, he meant, whatever he said.
All right.
However, Ray was looking for, you know, making a proposal that he felt might work better for the town than anything else. It wasn't meant to insult them or anything, it's just an offer to look at it a different way. Yeah. Apparently they didn't take it.
We did talk to Ray about that. It frankly, for us, it's just not something we're willing to do right now or entertain. It's fundamentally different than what our program is, and it requires a lot more infrastructure. And on top of all that, like we started with, the project, you know, we have affirmation from your fire chief that it meets the fire safety standards. We feel comfortable that we can appreciate his enthusiasm for it, but this is not something that is accommodating for us right now.
I'd like to get something from Ron that's,
Well, we can put that as a condition of approval, or we could.
It should be in the minutes from last meeting.
yeah, I'd like to make sure that we have something from Ron stating that he has reviewed this layout and that he is okay with it as far as getting fire trucks to all the lots up there.
He provided testimony at the last hearing.
Well, I thought he did too, but I didn't see it in minutes and stuff like that, so I'm trying to make sure
There
that,
was so much,
no, I hear you, as long as that,
try to trim it down. As you guys complained about having too many pages, so I did try to trim
how
it
could
down.
we do that? It was
I
only
vividly
right till
remember
midnight.
Chief Beard saying that. he's in agreement with the road.
Right, I think where it came up is OJ had a question, we were talking about the width of the road.
Right,
And the chief said he was satisfied with the width of the road, and then, because there are trade-offs, the wider the road, the faster the traffic, and I think
The curvature.
and 20 feet does meet this,
the standard, we talked about that.
the minute should reflect the chief's, agreement.
Yeah, we should get something about
So-
that.
A review of the access for emergency purposes by the fire chief.
I think that's the last item we just talked about. I think he affirmed that at the last public meeting. And, you know, I think we would entertain a condition of approval that we have him memorialize that opinion further, even though it's on the public record as saying it's satisfactory, have him memorialize that by way of a
If it's in-
memorandum.
I mean, if it could just be put in the minutes, I would. That's a matter of town record, so that would be. I would think good enough.
Yeah. And once you get, they can, you know, once that's all done, then they can,
I just want to make sure that Ron agrees.
Is it in the
That's
minutes
all.
that were approved just before this?
sorry, sir.
Was it in the, did you approve the minutes from the last meeting?
Yeah, we
Or was
did.
the two? So it should be, we can maybe check to see if it's in there.
Carol wants us to comment.
I don't know where this fits in, but I don't want you to forget about the butter letters that you were gonna read.
Yeah, I was gonna go through this and then go, open up, get a little more public comment.
No, just wanna remind you.
Yeah, I got that right here.
So if we had the minutes, we can just confirm.
The law. You're taking a lot, but
What the wetland is.
Performance bond.
And that certainly would be a condition of.
Yeah.
But we, in order to get an amount for the bond, we have to have approved plans so that the GC can know what they're
Yeah.
providing an estimate for.
Is it the general contractor that's gonna provide the amount, or is it gonna be Ray?
I think Ray will determine what's needed, and then, you know, they can come up
Right.
between the contractor and Ray, they can come up with a reasonable amount.
So is it usually it's a condition between Ray and the applicant. That-
Right, to be negotiated to the satisfaction of the town engineer.
So that will have to be a condition as well, okay?
Did we come to any conclusion on density and lot layout? We still,
We already talked about that,
nobody said anything.
nobody said anything.
Do you want, go
You
ahead,
wanna say
right
something?
here.
I just started going the other way.
Yeah.
Does anybody else from me feel that this place is too packed with houses, or is it just the people who live down the road? It's pretty tight,
I think,
and it won't get my vote the way it is, that's, you know. And one other thing, while I've got you, is sheet 601, 602, and 603, are there any big dramatic changes to that, or?
No.
Pretty much the same as it was before.
Through the chair, do you mind if I answer directly?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, all right. So I think to your first point, your question, the application that was in front of this board initially had more lots on that than is currently.
It's still pretty tight, I mean.
There were lots that were eliminated,
Mhm.
and a measurable amount of lots that were eliminated at the request of this board and through our collaboration with you.
I can't remember how many.
I think it was like 4 or 5. like that.
You
Yeah.
know, remember that?
I know the very first plan we brought had 42.
I had it somewhere, I just don't have it with me now.
Now we're down, I think, to, we've reduced, I think we're south of 30 now.
Yeah, 20, 25.
Yeah,
like
42 the very first time.
It's 28 in my mind, I get that.
So I think it's gone down twice. So there was 42, as Ethan said. Now we're down to 25, right?
But some of those are duplexes, so the units. are
Correct. However, I would suggest that, or state really more than suggest. The plans that we have before you are wholly compliant with the zoning and the land use requirements. They meet all of your underlying standard. We're not asking for relief from anything. So the plan is consistent with the zoning and all of the dimensional performance expectations that come with it. But I think suggested it's too dense, it's not any more dense than the zoning allows, frankly, we could do more, and we've agreed to do less through this discussion.
Not only that, I would challenge to find one single lot in that neighborhood that's larger than one of our lots. Every single lot out there we have is bigger. Almost all of them. The lots at the top of Manor Hill, they're all acre lots now. There's no lots up there on that, they're all quarter acre lots.
No, they're not developments, though. They're just single family homes.
And that's what these are. 3 driveways,
Your-
driveways with 3 homes.
Your second question was related to sheet 601 and 602.
Yeah.
That's the grading. So the gradings, or 601 and 602 are really the erosion control plans, but were you asking a question about grading in general?
Yeah, did you make
Okay.
any big changes to that?
So-
I can't tell, I don't have the other one to go.
No, that's quite all right. nothing substantive. And really, when you get into the comments that Mr. Corber had provided, they are very, very, very focused on highly technical items. It's a refinement. We were, I'm exaggerating a point to make a point, but we were going through the definition of the word "the" effectively in our notes. He was asking us to change, very specific words in there. So of all the comments in there, it was very technical. We didn't change anything on those plans that would have a marked impact in there. It's very, very fine tuning. Right now, it's kind of tightening screws, so to speak. So if you were to put those plans together, you might see very limited, but it's almost imperceptible at this point.
Anything else, Steve?
Is there any surety on if this is gonna work? I mean, is there anything we can do about that?
Not for a comment to that. So this board, you're making sure it complies with your site plan regulations, your subdivision regulations, and your zoning. Well, not your
Also,
zoning, but
I hope it also
zoning
works.
complies. And I can assure you it does. We wouldn't stamp a plan that doesn't. We're also licensed professionals. The other thing that we have to do, and you acknowledge this, and this will be a condition of your presumptive approval, is we still have to finalize and receive the outstanding state permits, both for alteration of terrain and that which comes from DES as part of the wetland application. They also have authority on land disturbance, stormwater erosion controls, and wetlands. And part of what was suggested here is, as a condition in our letter that we authored, was we will provide the board and the town with copies of those approvals upon receipt, and that would be a subject of your presumptive approval as well. And I'm not suggesting this to dismiss your comment, I'm just saying that simply, there are a lot of other things, there's a lot of other people who are still gonna say if this works, and frankly speaking candidly, we wouldn't be stamping a plan and sending it to you if we didn't feel, in our professional opinion, that it did work. And you've had an objective peer reviewer who's gone through and acknowledged to you that it does work as well, so.
I would hope not. Just one question, Susan, you live halfway down the hill. Have you had any water problems in your cellar?
We want to get public comment, like, I think we want to work through this, and then public gets to have a period of comment, right, which I'm happy
Yeah,
to
well,
hear.
we get public comment, yeah, so why don't we wait for that, you can.
All right.
Go ahead. Okay. Right, so we talked about the bond. Does the planning board wish to apply usable space exclusions to the project? And yes, we the usable space criteria for buildable area. And let's see. And confirming that we're not gonna take steep slopes into consideration at this point.
Well, that's maybe part of that is because at the town meeting it was voted
That
down.
was voted down.
Well, it's still in your ordinance, it just was not duplicated and brought to the front. And but he wanted to study it for a year, so
Right, so
really
right now, I mean, right,
studying the matter. for a year.
right, we're gonna come back, but I mean, at this time. We've decided it's not the law. Does anyone have any exceptions to that? No? Board members? Okay. So we did get an opinion from a traffic engineer, Steve Pernoff.
How about the landlocked lots?
Okay, let's go.
You missed out.
Will the planning board approve landlocked blocks?
Are there any still?
No, so
Taking care of those on the plan?
correct. As a result of our previous discussions, we've changed that.
Carol?
This it's not, there still are, there are shared driveways, but there are legs, a lot of legs. And you haven't had a chance to really look at the plan yet, so.
Okay, which
Their
two lots we?
driveways do not show up on the plan. But there are easement areas that are associated with access. And I think you have a couple of things that HOA, it says HOW, which I think is probably some correction that was done by the computer or something. So there's some problems in the plan that are just minor. We need to fix them.
Help the board with some direction. If you want to see the overall subdivision plan,
You know, let's, Carol, do you have anything else? But I mean, on this, we're talking about the landlocked use. You started speaking, cut you off.
Carol, can you point out which lot you're considering landlocked? So I can look at them.
Well, they were formerly landlocked.
You got sheet 302, company 303.
It's like 1, 2, and 3 share a driveway.
I think sheet 303, and it shows the driveways a little bit. Is there one that shows the driveway on each lot?
12 and
So they-
13.
It has these numbers, so like 201, see 201. Okay, so
Yes,
there's two kinds of, there's light.
I got you.
There's light, orange. And that is, considered the HOA easement, but if you look at the notes, some of them say HOW. Easement, it took me a while to figure out what that was. And the light. The ones that have dots. are the
That's it.
access
Utility
easements. Okay, they don't see an actual driveway, they can see what area that they intend to put it in. But there is no driveway showing up here.
The driveways do show as we get into the layout plan, and that,
What's that one?
so that's sheets. 3C301 will provide you with the overall plan.
See 301?
And then the C302 and 303 give you a more detailed depiction of the layouts, the driveways.
We were trying to look at this really fast.
It's okay, no, I,
301's a
I'm
little
not-
difficult.
I'm making sure you know where everything is, that's all.
Okay, so 301, 302. Anyways, I haven't checked it.
303 gives you a pretty good. 303 gives you a good- This one here, and then it continues on to here. This one goes in all the way in, this is here, that's there.
Those are shared driveways. Maximum of 2 lots on a shared driveway,
That's what there is. On this one, there's 1, 2,
right?
this one, there's 1, this is 1, that's 1. Here's 1, there's 1. There's 1. There's 2 on this one.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is the issue shared driveways or is the
No.
issue non-frontage of a lot on a road?
Well, they're both, you have to make sure that the shared driveway is for 2 lots, 2 houses only. And,
This is something that Attorney Dennis, we discussed with Attorney Dennis in terms of how to solve that issue with the frontage and the driveways.
And the
Well,
plan-
you know, it's really up to the engineer, not the attorney.
right,
Dennis, can you give us how you came up with this?
So I haven't seen the new plan. We've talked about it and basically it was said that we've fixed the landlocked issue with some dog legs, if I'm thinking about this correctly. So for me, I can't confirm to you that they have solved the problem. I can confirm to you that they've represented to me that they solved the problem. And if they had, then fine. One of the easy ways to potentially deal with this, and I'm not trying to skirt the question, is that to simply add a condition that no lot within the subdivision will get a land use permit unless it satisfies RSA 674-41. It's been represented to me that the landlocked issue has been fixed. My opinion is that under RSA 674-41, a landlocked parcel, unless it meets one of a variety of criteria, you can't build on it. That's what the state is saying. The state has sort of preempted towns from allowing there to be building permits or land use permits, regardless of whether the town would want to do it or not. And so my apologies to the applicant that I can't say that I personally know that this satisfies it from looking at the plans because they've changed a little bit. But I will submit to the board that that's what they've represented to me. So it looks like, obviously, or sounds like that Carol was going through some things that she felt maybe didn't quite address it. A shared driveway can meet the criteria under RSA 674-41, but not if it's just a shared like driveway that doesn't meet other types of way or road criteria, like for a private road. So this might be one slight divergence that myself and counsel for the applicant have as far as how to meet that, but it could be done with easements and shared driveway, but it has to check some boxes. And so what I view is that they feel they've checked those boxes. That would require not only legal review, but engineering review, because in order to be able to adequately check those boxes, there has to be certain technical criteria met.
I mean,
So-
I'm looking at, I know you don't have the plan in front of you, but I'm looking at lot 2, and the driveway just dead ends
So,
at the beginning of the lot.
so just for clarity on the board, so all of the lots, based on the feedback we had at the last meeting and this discussion, or the prior discussion, are now all fronting on a public right of way. They all have direct frontage on a public right of way. Also, in response to the discussion that we had at the last meeting, all of the lots, no more than 2 lots have a shared driveway. So like lots 2 and 3 were the ones that were the primary impetus for that discussion. Those now have direct frontage on the Mansion Hill right of way.
Okay, so that's not a driveway, it's actually a Mansion Hill right away
So
there.
they have direct frontage on a public right of way, lots 2 and 3. As does lot 1. Lots 2 and 3 share a driveway, which is split along a shared property boundary. And then there are reciprocal easements for access over it. And then lot 1 has its own independent driveway, which also gains access from Mansion Hill.
And who maintains and upkeeps the shared driveways?
That will be the responsibility of homeowners as well as the HOA.
So that will be
Well, which
spelled,
one?
how will that be spelled out? Is that in an HOA
It'll be in
document?
the deeds and it'll be in the HOA documents.
So there'll be an easement? There'll have to be an easement, you're right, and they'll have,
I mean, every homeowner has to take care of the driveway.
well, every homeowner, but when you have a shared driveway, like between lots 2 and lots 3. It's a shared driveway there, whose responsibility is it to maintain that, upkeep it, pave it,
What we do
plow it?
with the shopping centers, when we have 2 tenants that.
I'm not talking about shopping center, I want to know what to do here.
It'll address your question. It's, you have the right but not responsibility. So when you're ready to plow your driveway because you want to get your car out, you can plow it. It's not like you have to ask your neighbor. But if you don't want to plow your driveway and your neighbor wants to get his car out, then he's got to plow the driveway.
Yeah, that's not the,
That's how.
that's not what I'm looking for.
Somebody maintenance the driveway.
I mean, if the driveway's paved. Then who pays for the upkeep on the pavement, shoulders, ditches? I mean.
You
had a problem with Blue
Mountain, Paul.
Huh?
Beechwood, one like that.
Yeah, I mean,
got his paved, you have him coming off it, the shared driveway, he has the dirt, he don't want anybody to put dirt, pave it, because he wants a dirt driveway.
shared driveways need to have some sort of, I would think. Description of. How it's maintained and who's responsible.
It's
for
up to
maintenance.
the 2 individual owners. It's the right but not responsibility. If the one guy wants to pave it, he can pave it. The other guy cannot stop him. The other guy wants to pave it, he wants to fix a pothole, he can fix it. That's how it's.
So Jason, can I ask you, is this really the way it works?
It's really the way that it can work. But if it really is just a shared driveway and it does not rise to the level of a private way, it doesn't satisfy the statute.
So in order for, so you need to be able to look at this and tell us whether or not these shared driveways rise to the level of a private way?
That- Candidly,
have-
that would be a joint decision between myself and Ray, because there's some specs to it. And there's
Right.
definitions within the town, I think land use plan ordinance and subdivision ordinance that use the term shared,
Private
private.
way.
And it's not private, it might be private way and it's not private road, but it's private something. That
It's private
ultimately
way, you're right.
definition is the same.
Just for clarity, this is intended to be singularly a driveway. And the lots do not rely upon said driveway to satisfy the frontage requirement. They are gaining frontage from a public right of way. The driveway simply provides access to the garage or where the vehicles would be parked, but it's not intended to be a private way, a private road, or a private anything beyond a simple driveway access like we all have at our respective homes.
So Jason, and I have one question for you, Jason, that is, So if we were to approve this and these private drives or private ways came into an issue between two lot owners, does the town have any liability because we approve something like this?
They wouldn't if it's done right, because if it's done this way, there has to be a recorded document that says the town has no liability. Recorded in the Registry of Deeds document by the developer that says there's no liability.
Is that something that has to be, that we would have to make as a condition, or is that something that automatically happens?
So I think what makes sense in this case, since there is some question and concern, is to just simply make a condition that it satisfies. I mean, I don't think anybody with a straight face could say that they are allowed to build in a way that violates a valid state statute. So I don't think, though we may disagree on the application of it, I think the condition that it satisfies 674-41 is one that both the town and the applicant, it would make sense they agree to, because they're just saying, yes, we will follow state law. And if an issue comes up, then it would be one that hopefully the engineers and the attorneys could work together and come up with a solution, and that nobody ends up in court.
So does a condition, Jason, go on the plan, or does it go on the deeds? How's that?
I think both, if you want to wear the belts and suspenders to make sure it's clear that nobody ends up building a house that they've, built technically illegally. The state, who will they be monitoring it and do anything? I mean, I guess I won't try to answer that question, because I get it wrong.
Well, no, but if it goes on the plan and the developer builds it and it doesn't comply with 674-41, at least the homeowner can go back to the developer and say, it was on the plan that you build these things according to 674-41 and you didn't. So now I've got this issue. So that way there, at least the homeowner would have something, and the town would have something too.
Yeah, I think it provides protection for the hopefully unlikely event that the developer were to sneak a lot in that didn't comply with the statute.
All right,
I trust that they will try not to do that, but
I agree.
so the condition shouldn't, and they can address this when I'm done speaking, the condition shouldn't give them too much sort of anxiety or legal or technical heartburn, because they're just saying, yeah, we'll comply with this.
Yeah.
But if there is a concern there, hopefully they will address it so that we can try to make sure we're at least on the same page of what we want to do, even if we come at it from a different angle.
I mean, it's part of the review of the HOA docs and compliance with RSA 674-41.
Yep.
So are you writing these down? Since
I'm writing them down.
popping in and out.
Okay. Right, too.
Okay, on this one.
So we're on the traffic one now, Jim.
With the landlocked parcels. Yeah. Go ahead, Joe, I'm sorry.
It's back in the landlocked parcel.
What about it?
So the several landlocked parcels. No, got landlocked. I'm just getting up to date over this last meeting.
It's one of those.
So the parcels were landlocked, not landlocked anymore, correct? So, correct. That's the only question I have. Okay.
Two of them. Which area?
Carol, that.
So one thing that I want to make a comment on, just in case this is any part of the confusion, is that the statute talks about the street giving access to the lot. So if the back of the lot, in which there's no access to the lot, happens to abut a public road, as I strictly read the statute, that wouldn't satisfy it, because if the back of my lot, it's lined with trees, so no, I can't get to my house that way, abuts a public road, and then I got to go kind of through a shared driveway or over an easement that kind of goes over a part of my neighbor's lot. If that doesn't satisfy the requirements of 674-41, that actual access, the street giving access to the lot, the fact that a lot happens to abut a public road, as I read the statute, that wouldn't satisfy it. So I'm not sure if that's part of what I'm hearing now that is giving me some pause. But I would just want to say, for the applicants' either benefit or to give them the opportunity to disagree with that, I suppose, if they do, that, again, if it's just a non-access piece with road frontage that's not used for access, that to me does not technically satisfy the statute.
For
Okay,
the
lot
board's-
12.
for the board's benefit, the frontage that we are talking about and the right of way upon which those lots in question have frontage on are the frontage or the right of way upon which they gain access from. So I can appreciate where Attorney Dennis is coming from. We are not claiming frontage on a right of way, a public right of way, that we are not then gaining access from. So the frontage comes from the right of way upon which access is gained.
How much frontage?
Look at 12, I mean, look at 12 and 13, and C201. That's what he's talking about, that easement for access is completely on 12. It's gonna provide access for 13, and then 13 has a very small dog leg. But that's not where the access is coming.
So could I recommend that Jason and Ray look at these plans that we just received? There's only several, there's not that many shared driveways, there are some.
Right.
But they could at least take a look at those and critique those as to whether they see any problems or not. Would you be willing to do that, Jason? Can you and Ray?
I'm certainly willing to do that. Absolutely.
Right, I think the condition would be that it complies with.
674-41.
We already
Yeah.
talked- we already talked about that, so
Right. Your ideas of 674-41 and Jason's and Ray's, hopefully they're all the same, but it would be nice in the towns to have them look at it and say, yeah, we agree with it.
I agree with you, Paul. I do. Makes sense to me.
So we'll have that reviewed by Ray.
Well, we
And
don't-
Jason.
We'll talk, that's gonna be a condition of, we're gonna hold off. Anyway. All right, we talked about the traffic engineer. Anyone have any questions about that?
No?
Is the planning board in agreement with, or do they need clarification on any comments as presented in technical memorandum number 1? If so, please specify. Note that a second technical memorandum has been issued. See attachment for ease of reference.
So the second technical memorandum was,
Did I attempt it?
Yeah, 328.
I don't know, you're
324.
coming in fast and furious today, so.
I think we responded to the second technical memorandum as we were mentioning at the beginning of this discussion. The date of that was April 8th, and that's the memo I was discussing with.
that was April 8th.
Yeah, and that was influenced by our conversation with Mr. Corber.
So
Prior
there's
to us having sent it.
technical memorandum number 2, Carol attached. That was done on 3/28/24.
And we responded on April 8th.
Right.
Yeah, and that technical memorandum number 2 was the follow-up. That was Mr. Corber's response to all responses to technical memorandum number 1, and so this is kind of the filtering out of that, if you will.
And all of,
So these plans reflect technical memorandum number 2.
And 1,
And, yeah.
yeah, both, yes.
and Ray. Has Ray looked at to make sure that it meets both?
I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know if he's looked at these plans at all yet, he's not here.
So can we make sure that Ray has looked at the plans to see whether or not both technical memorandum number 1 and 2 have been addressed in it, just so we can.
I put that on.
I would
listen.
add- Oops, sorry.
Jason.
I would add that, obviously the engineers have done a lot of work back and forth. Obviously,
Yeah.
I'm not privy to all their conversations. And so at technical memorandum number 2, it's whittling some things down. Under the statute for, sort of conditions subsequent, there is the ability to, again, I have no idea what the board's decision, may be, but if you get to that point where you're voting on approval and you're gonna have some conditions, you could make aspects of technical memorandum number 2 conditions subsequent. And in that scenario, if it's engineering stuff that everybody has seen in this memorandum and is a part of today's hearing, there would potentially need to be another planning board meeting, but not necessarily another planning board hearing, because Ray could give you the thumbs up that these things have all been addressed to his satisfaction. So because he's not, available to be here. He's obviously given his concerns. If the planning board agrees that those need to be satisfied, if it makes sense in the full context of this application, you could choose to make those conditions subsequent as well. Essentially, something as simple as all unresolved issues from technical memorandum number 2 shall be completed to the town engineer's satisfaction. Something to that effect. Because it sounds like, at least what I'm hearing from the applicant, and a little bit I've been able to communicate with Array on this, is that they've had a good working relationship to try to address some of these things. So you don't have to do it that way. It's just an option.
Right, and in the response to the, there are some things, the vast majority agreement on, there are some things that there are disagreements on.
I think the things that we had kind of mentioned at the beginning of those disagreements were not something that we were fundamentally apart on technically. It was, the comment about the concept plan and, hey, have you considered doing this with the roadway instead? Those were the things we were respectfully declining. But it wasn't anything in terms of, there wasn't like a schism between a technical comment. Those are all addressed.
So, right, so all of Ray's comments that are pertinent to the town's ordinances have been addressed on the plan.
Yes, I believe so. And like I said, mentioned before, and Ray's obviously not here to speak for himself, but this letter, our April 8th letter, was written subsequent to us having had that conversation with Ray. We were working through comment by comment. So it's reflective of our interpretation of that discussion and the things we agreed upon in that call.
Does anyone on the board have anything else?
I did have one other thing.
Go ahead.
Jason, I have a question for you. So there seems to be some concern about underlying water that may inhibit or cause problems for other people down gradient of this project. Is there any way that we can do a impact fee assessed particularly on this project or something like that that may be able to provide relief or to be able to design relief or something like that? I'm just asking because that's the last thing that's sticking in my mind that I've heard the most, that no one can really say that's going to happen, but there is a lot of concern about it.
I think an impact fee would push the boundaries, to say the least, of the planning board's authority in the context of this application. That said, a first cousin to an impact fee is a performance bond. And so if there's anything that happens in the development stage that creates problems, that could be addressed with bonding. Now, once this is all developed and there are homeowners there, the developer, for better or worse, maybe for the developer's perspective, for better, may very well be off the hook for most, if not everything, because there are homeowners that are now in control of their property. And if homeowners take goofy actions that divert water in problematic ways to others, then whether it be the town or the affected neighbor downstream, so to speak, has private rights of action to sue upstream. If upstream is really having water runoff problem, now the town could be involved or not be involved in that. The point is that through the performance bond aspect, there's some ways the town can control the development, or not control it, but secure that development is done according to any sort of best management type practices to avoid development related problems. And then once homeowners and an HOA takes over, the HOA has some control, perhaps because they may have some interest in maintaining aspects of their little piece of the world. But beyond that, abutters that aren't in this HOA have their own private right of action. That it's up to them. If just like any problem with neighbors, you have to decide, is it worth it for me to fix this myself, or ask the person to fix it, or sue them? So the right for somebody who is damaged or aggrieved or hurt by water runoff to seek some recompense does not ever go away. It just changes who the defendant or the opponent that you would reach out to fix that would be.
I mean, I know it would be extremely difficult, I'm sure, to ascertain how something that far upstream affected somebody that far downstream. But-
Water damage cases are difficult and potentially expensive because you probably need to hire at least one engineer to give some expert opinion as to the cause of the problem. If you're the plaintiff, you don't get to just go in court and say, look, see up there, there's water coming down. It's obviously my neighbor Bob Jones who's at fault. That is probably not going to cut the legal standard for a plaintiff to prevail. They would need to hire an engineer or a hydrologist or somebody like that that could come in and give their expert opinion that says, based on all this information that I've got, you know, before and after information and doing some site work, here's my opinion. So that gets back into the cost benefit analysis. It could be cost prohibitive, is the reality.
So there's no way to really, there's no way to really do this then.
Well, it's not a way for the town to do it at all, actually, because it will be upon the homeowners down the road. So there wouldn't be any benefit that the town would be able to give to the abutting owners. It would be up to them to take that action on their own. But what the town can make sure is that any excavation or work done to build this up before it changes hands into private owners is done right, and then not release any bond until the town is satisfied. But that's the case. I guess the reality is with any, whether it be a subdivision or just a single family lot, I could decide to build a lot and hire a contractor that doesn't know what he's doing. The next thing you know, my neighbor, unbeknownst to me, is got a swamp in their backyard. And I'm thinking, oh my goodness. And then they'll come after me and I'll go after my contractor and it'll be a big mess.
Okay, any board member have anything else?
I'll make a motion to open it to public comment.
Okay, for a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Comments open. Would anyone like to speak? In the back, Jane?
Jane Ludwig, Lincoln, New Hampshire. I wanted to know whether that we would have to pay for roads. Do the taxpayers get billed for the roads that would be built up there?
They're gonna be private roads.
Okay.
Sir? What's your name?
Tom Tanner, Mansion Hill Drive. I'm fairly new to this. This is the fourth meeting, I guess, that you've had on this project. But my concerns basically are with the water, the traffic, the safety on that road, because we have a lot of children in that area. We have a lot of kids that are out playing on the street, have a lot of fun, and all the construction is gonna go on, going up and down the road. And the water, I've always got water coming around my house. It comes down from the hill, goes behind my house, and in between me and my neighbor that's below me, and comes out under the road in the middle. And that's been fixed twice since I've been living here, and it still hasn't been corrected. But there's always water up there. And so it's always been a problem up there. And then the emergency vehicles, that road is narrow, and fire trucks are very big. And I don't think a fire truck is gonna get up there with another car coming down the hill and do it safely. What if somebody's walking down the road? A lot of people walk that road all the time, walking their dogs, people out their daily walks. It's a busy street. And this, whatever it is going on, it's not gonna help.
What number you at? I didn't catch that.
32,
32
yeah,
on Mansion Hill Road.
yeah, I'm on the east side. Plenty of water comes down. I think that's the way Paul said, that's a big problem. Yeah. All the people who own it, I know they have a problem with it. That's the way
Ma'am?
Hi, my name is Lynn Bearden. I live at 15 Valley View Lane. If you're looking from the cul-de-sac at the top of Valley View Lane, looking down, my house is the first one on the right. The only house that is the first one on the right. When my neighbor had cleared his lot about a year or so ago, he had worsening ponding in that front yard. And I'm concerned that that may happen again, and it will be worse. Getting into our basement, we have had water before. Now, as far as the duplexes that they plan to put at the top of Valley View Lane, I was just wondering, with trucks going back and forth, do they have an idea of what their primary route will be to get up the hill and where are they going to start first? Do you have any idea where you will start first? Will you start at the top of Valley View? Will you be working along Mansion Hill or
White Birch Lane.
White Birch Lane? Do you have any idea where you start?
Someone answer that for her, please.
People have asked questions about phasing and things like that before. We are not spec building. Not like we're just gonna go in and build 30 homes. It's not gonna happen. It's gonna be dictated as the market allows for these to be built. You know, if lot one, you know, has an interested buyer and we feel like they're the right fit and whatnot, then that's where we'll start. But it's not like we're gonna spec build 6 homes at once and sit there and hope they sell. So, additionally, you know, we get a lumber package in, it comes in on 3 trucks. That's it. It's not like, I know in people's minds in this neighborhood they live in, and I want to be courteous to this, that there's gonna be this massive amount of just cement trucks and lumber trucks and all stuff, like hundreds of trucks every day. It's just not really how it, you know, want to paint a bad picture of it, yes, but otherwise, it's just, it's, you know, all the lumber for the house comes in 3 trucks, and that's it.
The other question I have is, in this major subdivision, will there be an area that will act as a service area, say like a launch area, where you will have your trailer offices, where you might have
No.
no, you're not gonna have anything like that? And where will your employees be parking?
There'll be subs on each lot. I mean, if there's a framing crew and on one house lot, they'll be parking on that house.
On the housing? Okay. They won't be parking on Mansion View, White Birch, or,
There'll be no need.
okay,
No
all
access.
right.
But I will say this, and if the board would like to step in, people want to park on a public road, they park on a public road. I don't suggest that there's a bunch of construction vehicles on there, but it's like,
Well, I would think you would need to take care of that, make sure that they're not on that public road. Because if they inhibit traffic and they're,
sure, they block that. But I mean, anyway. But I would like to say one thing to the neighborhood again, and I've heard over and over again about the water problems, and every single person has said they have water in their basement. There is not one home up there that has any stormwater management. Every single house up there that has gutters, they dump right into the driveway and right into their neighborhood. So, I don't wanna say you're bad people, but it's like, if you guys are truly concerned about water runoff, truly concerned about your neighbors, do something about it. Get a stormwater basin there. I'm not saying they're cheap. Believe me, I know how expensive they are, but it's possible to buy them and it's possible to put one in. So that's, I'll leave that there.
Okay.
Got something here, right here, sir?
John Cody. I live at the very end of Mansion Hill Drive, last house. Parking is a big issue. We had brand new home built 2 years ago, directly across the street. Every single contractor, every single pickup truck parked in the no parking zone at the turnaround at the end of the road. Not one vehicle was parked in that construction lot because they were building a home. We had a porta potty on the side of the road, directly across from our house. It didn't impact my driveway as much. I didn't see, I wasn't there during the day to see how many people turned around in my driveway because the parking area at the end was full of vehicles. They're not building a road at the end of the road. At Mansion Hill or Valley View, they're just gonna put driveways. So when you rough in a driveway, you're not gonna put 5 or 6 pickup trucks in there, so. We would hope that there won't be any porta potties at the end of the road. They're not gonna be a collection of trucks and things. I understand a lumber truck coming in and unloading. That's fine, but.
Yeah.
You know,
We can make a
there's
condition.
very limited part.
Sorry, Paul.
We can make a condition. Put condition that there's no parking on public roads, down on roads.
I mean. It says no parking, that's,
We'll just make it a condition if we have to, if we're gonna approve it.
You know, if you can make off-road parking, for each lot, it would be great.
Yeah, just
Certainly think it's unreasonable to put a porta potty on your public road.
And
Right in the.
I didn't say anything because they were gonna be my neighbors, but you know, 5 or 6 or
when they
7
fall over with the wind, you know,
homes going in.
unpleasant.
Totally understood.
Thanks, Sam.
My other question is, and this was brought up by a friend of mine. The displacement of roads on the land that you're gonna start working on. That's quite wooded back there, it's all wooded area that you're gonna disrupt. Is there a plan or have you run into this in the past where you've displaced hundreds of field mice?
I have, it's usually when we demo a structure, so we had a project where we had a barn, we had to go in for a demo permit, it had to be, pest, I forget the term, abated or whatnot, they make use dry ice and things like that to get the roads out, once it's cleared, then you can demo, in this sense, there's no demo out there.
And you're building one at a time, you're not.
Yeah, again, we're not gonna spec though, and you know, a lot of the lots too, guys, again, this is addressing the public, there's very little, we're not stripping these lots of all the trees. Our intent is to have as little disturbance as possible. We don't want this to look like a, you know, giant grass, you know, massive grass lawns like a southern New Hampshire subdivision. That's not the intent here. And you can see on the plans how close the native vegetation stays to these house lots. We're not trying to disturb as little as possible. But getting back to, you know, roads, things of that nature, no, there's no, I mean, once you go in with a machine, they usually, you know, move pretty quick. Anybody we're referring to is more if there's a, when I went through with a barn. Yeah, or any type of structure when you have to demo, yeah, that's part of the demo.
If we'll let you know if we see a lot of ice. When can the plans be viewed? When can the proposed plans be viewed by public?
Town hall. If you go down, if you come to town hall, I think they have a copy, you can get them at town hall, right?
Correct.
Am I correct?
Yeah.
Yeah,
so I have
for two
someone-
for me to email, they sent a link. And I assumed that the link was only available for the planning board. So a lot of times the links are restricted. But I don't know.
I think that
That
link,
link is still
it's,
okay.
anybody who would get that link in an email would be able to access the content of the link.
Okay.
It does
Can stay
expire.
For like a couple weeks or something?
Yeah, I think by default, it's either got a 30 or a 60-day shelf life. So if we sent that out on Friday or Monday, it would still be well within its
Okay,
lifespan.
so if that's the case, you can email me, and just request, me to send you the link for the plans. So, my email is planning, I'm on the website and everything, but it's planning@lincolnnh.org.
You can also put that there.
You can go on the website or you call us up. Anyway, if you send me an email, requesting the link for the plans. Be happy to send.
And Carol, I mean, you're experiencing an issue with that, or somebody is experiencing an issue with that, let me know.
Okay.
And I'll make sure you give some other way to get that, but I have a lot of ways to get you stuff digitally.
Okay, because,
I'm gonna take one, Okay, anytime.
Yeah, we can't, there are certain, like Dropbox, we, couldn't do it, and then we could do it, and then we
That link should be universal, and to be just click on it and it downloads.
I'm gonna take a Zoom question. Matthew Linda.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you for taking my question. So I've been following this for all the meetings thus far. And at the last meeting, I had spoken and basically said that I was appreciative of a lot of the changes that the developer had made to the plan. Let me just go back. I'm at 75 Manor Drive, so I'm a direct abutter to the project. So I was appreciative and am appreciative of some of the changes that were made. They did scale back the development quite a bit, particularly in our section, the section that abuts, where I live. Number of units, number of lots, scaled back, less impervious, et cetera. So all good stuff from my standpoint. I did at that last meeting have one very specific request, and that was there's a stormwater management basin up in that area that abuts the Manor Drive or the Mansion Hill condos, which is where I am. And that basin discharges directly into our property, which has been discussed I've discussed this for several hearings. They made some changes to it, but nevertheless, it still discharges to our property. And the question I posed at the last meeting was, can the outflow from that basin, without modifying the basin, can the outlet be directed and just piped into the drainage system that already exists in Mansion Hill Drive? There's a piped drainage system, catch basins, manholes in Mansion Hill Drive that controls the water down to the bottom of the hill, as opposed to dumping it into our yard. And what I recall from that last meeting was that the developer, I think in conjunction with Ray, were going to speak with the town, I guess the DPW, about that, because my understanding was typically that is frowned upon. However, Ray had said there have been cases where the town has allowed it because it would otherwise just dump directly into an abutter's yard, and that is the case here. So my question is, I haven't seen the updated plans, if that's been updated, or if not, if just could the board be given an update on that question? So again, I think it's a minor, if it were to be changed and allowed to be changed, I think it's minor. It's just that instead of directing the outflow to our property, it would be piped into the drainage system that's right there at the end of Mansion Hill Drive. So I don't think it would involve any type of dramatic design changes. It would just be where that outflow is sent to. So I would ask through the board if we could get an update if that's been explored. Thank you.
I think Carol wanted to speak to that.
I don't think it has been, we have allowed one, I know, up there. And I was thinking it was Kristen's Lays, but I could be wrong. I don't remember whose it was, but I think it was one of those ones up there. But it was, I don't think it's a normal practice at all.
So who's the one that authorizes that to happen? Is it the Board of Selectmen?
Nate. Well, Nate, and then Nate would have to see whether it's possible or not. Depending on the volume and all that. And that would be a discussion with Nate. And with Ray and the engineer, the applicant.
Through the chair, I'd be happy to kind of expand upon what Carol was discussing too. So the discussion at the last hearing, they actually wanted, or you as the board asked us with Mr. Corber to take a look at that issue. Yeah. Mr. Corber hasn't provided an opinion on it, but we did take a look at it. From a gravity standpoint, we can make that connection work. So that technically can be accommodated. Early on in the discussion, I think as Carol, you're pointing out, there was a strong feeling from the town to not do that. But I think in this instance, provided of course the town and whomever would make that decision on behalf of the town would be amenable to it, we would be amenable to making that connection to address the concern from the abutter. And I think it makes sense. And perhaps as a condition, again, of a presumptive approval, that could be embedded in there that would allow us the opportunity to speak with whomever on the town path allows that and work out the engineering specifics of making that connection.
Right, I would think Ray would just need to
See if the system can handle it.
see if the system can handle it, and then. I mean, that's all it's gonna ask Ray is, can the system handle it? If they can handle it, then he'll probably let them hook onto it, I would imagine.
I'd be happy to participate in that, and just, if you could enable that by way of a condition, we'd be happy to do it.
Yeah, I don't know the answer.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
So,
May I just, oh, I'm sorry.
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to respond by saying I appreciate the willingness to at least explore it. And I understand if the town says no, they say no, but I think the original version of the design, the elevations were such that it could not physically work, but that's been revised now. So as the engineer just pointed out, it is physically possible to do it. And I don't, you know, it's easy for me to say, I understand, but I don't think it's a much of a change to the plan. But I understand that somebody on the town's end would need to confirm that that's okay. But if, you know, again, you know, I appreciate all the changes that have been made thus far. You know, from my standpoint, the project is much better now than it was in the original version of the design. But you know, this one issue, if this can be resolved, you know, it really resolves all my concerns then. So, you know, I would definitely appreciate it if it could really, you know, be looked at and whatever comes of it, comes of it. But it sounds like it has not been explored since the last meeting. So, you know, I'd appreciate it if it could be explored.
So
That's-
if we're gonna make it a condition, can we, while I'm making notes? Can we get a
I've
second?
been making notes.
Do you have it?
Well, can
What-
both of you?
What's the condition? What's the location of the basin that Ray needs to check?
Yeah, well, that's catch basin,
What-
resolution of the catch basin on Mansion Hill.
What's the location?
On the top of Mansion Hill Drive.
On top of Mansion Hill Drive, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you all for your time.
any good comments? All right, anyone else? I saw some more hands in the way back. Jane?
I was just wondering if the developers had their own stormwater management for the homes they're gonna be building. So it doesn't run off, because it will run off,
They
guaranteed.
have to meet the stormwater management
Yeah,
ordinance, so
stormwater, which says no.
posting and pre cannot be different. So post and pre-stormwater runoff can't be any different. So they have to be able to retain it on that site.
And hold on, I need someone else that wants to speak.
Just to clarify that,
Yeah. OJ,
the stormwater management ordinance says that the runoff cannot be any greater.
Great,
not- Can't be any change.
right.
And the 235 page report that they've submitted to the planning board shows that of the 6 discharge points, one of them is the same. 5 of them on the 50-year storm is less than what it is now.
Thank you.
sir.
Yes. Thank you, just organize myself a little bit. My name is Gary Casalino, I live at 9 Bellevue Lane, I apologize if I'm blocking anybody. But I want to be able to see the people I'm speaking to. First, I wanted to thank the members of the planning board for their concern and their inquiries of the applicant and their willingness to listen to the neighbors. I know I appreciate, and I'm sure others also appreciate your thoroughness and your concern about protecting the neighborhood, making sure that any potential development is safe and in compliance with the regulations. I do have a couple of questions asked. You know, there have been a number of meetings, and really only at the last meeting was the beginning of the so-called public hearing on the applications, when after the applications were deemed complete at the last meeting. There were a couple of meetings before then, in January and February, where the applicants came before the board and made presentations. And members of the public spoke at those meetings, particularly in January. There were many members of the public here. Also, the engineers have made presentations in the past at other meetings, and they presented information to the board, for example, on slope and what percentage of the property was covered by 15% slope and what percentage was covered by 25% slope. And I'm assuming that the board is also considering that information that was presented at former hearings, as well as the last hearing and this hearing, which are public hearings. Is the board going to be considering the information from the public and from the engineers that were presented at the January and February meetings, as well as this public hearing and making its decision?
I mean, this is how we've got to this point with all the input.
Yes, well, thank you for that, because there were several members of the public who were here in January, and that information was important. Also, the engineers submitted well, they actually, I don't know if they submitted or not, but there was a couple of plans that were shown to the board, actually at the board's request, about the percentage of the property or portions of the property that had 15% slope and 25% slope. You may recall Mr. Curran was standing over there at the easel, and he lifted up the pages and he showed in highlighted form how much of the property was more than 15% grade and how much was more than 25% grade. I think probably you may remember that. Is that part of the record in this case? Was that submitted, and does the town have it? Is that being considered?
I think I have the 15%, but they never gave me the 25%, and I do not have it digitally.
Do not have it digitally,
No,
but the town has that.
has a copy of the 15. I think it's the 15%.
Okay, thank you. So I would ask, can that plan be part of the record of this public hearing as well, since it was presented to the members of the planning board at a prior hearing, and I'm sure that information is something that the planning board is taking into consideration and whether or not to allow this. Can we consider that plan part of the record of this public hearing?
I mean, it's been submitted to the board, so it's part of the public record.
And also part of the record of this public hearing?
Well,
It's,
the-
I mean, it's not,
I don't have a digital copy to share with anyone, or
I mean, are you asking for a copy of that, sir?
No, well, I'm not exactly asking for a copy of it. I'd like to get a copy of it, but I'm more only asking that it be considered part of the record of this hearing, since it's something that the planning board was shown and I'm sure is considering, and whether or not to allow this subdivision.
I mean,
Everything is submitted, we consider.
anything submitted is part of the
part of the
public record.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I don't understand that answer. Was it submitted to the planning board, or was it just shown at a planning board meeting? There's a big difference there.
You're right, it was only shown.
It's only shown, so it's not submitted, so we don't.
I think just so
If it gets submitted to the planning board, like OJ just said, then it's a matter of public record. If someone just brings it up on an easel and shows it, it's not.
well, ask our lawyer.
I think it's part of the. public
Jason, are you around?
Well, I'll let you speak to Jason if you'd like, but I have a suggestion if you want. It's simple, it's very simple. I just want to make sure it's part of the record of the public hearing. Carol said she has a copy of it, so if this board agrees that it can be part of the record of this hearing, the board has to simply say yes.
How did you get a copy of it? Was it given to you at the planning board? or
I
was it
asked for a copy of both, and he said he had to think about it, and then he did give me a copy of the
15%?
15% of paper copy, and I asked him if he could give it to me digitally,
Wanna
and he
ask
said he
Jason?
preferred
Yeah.
not to.
Jason, are you there? Did you hear that?
You're muted.
You're
You're
muted.
muted.
Sorry, thank you. I did have to step out briefly. That's why I put my computer off, but I did hear that. And so the way I would sort of address that issue of the public record is to think about it in the, I guess, the legal context. When you have any sort of appeal of a planning board, zoning board decision, there is what the courts and the parties dealing with that call the certified record. And the certified record can contain everything from the application up through the final decision as a part of a packet of information that anybody reviewing it looks at. And so if the board says today, yeah, we deem that a part of this process and a part of the record, despite the fact that it's not, 10 copies for everybody to have to look at today in the meeting, it would be a part of what I deem to be the certified record, which is sort of a part of the public record. And the public record also, if you think about 91A, which is the right to know, anybody could ask for that. So I don't think there needs to be some specific action to be done tonight to sort of quote unquote make that a part of the public record, because it's a public hearing and it's public tonight, and it's a part of the whole process of this file. And if anybody was ever reviewing it, either under right to know or legally, it will be part of what could be asked for under 91A or seen by the judge. Hopefully that helps address that sort of question.
Not to include it, we can just make a motion to include it.
I mean.
You could make a motion to include it as a part of the
You said we don't
record
have
of
to
the
be any
application.
specific about it.
Right, let's just make a motion to include it, so.
I mean, if someone wants to make that motion,
I'll make a motion, we include the 15%. Grade plan that Carol has as part of the Mansion Hill, packet.
is there a second?
Second.
OJ second, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay,
Thank you very much.
Joe, did you have something? Hold on.
Gentlemen? May I ask a question? How many lots up there would be above the 50% grade?
How many lots would there be about 15% grade?
Correct.
The whole entire hillside, every house,
Well, how many?
every house that's existing up there.
That's gonna be built, we're talking about.
Above 15%.
I don't know.
Half Lincoln's.
I know, but I'm saying,
Are we going
That-
back and?
Hold on.
wait a
we're
minute,
running
I'm
back.
not-
Hold on
wait a
there.
minute, let me finish my question here, please. Okay, go ahead. You were saying? The new development, a lot of houses be about the 50% grade and the road going up to it.
The road itself is almost, the whole entire town, or the whole entire hillside there, including the existing neighborhood.
Okay, so it's-
I mean,
That was the point of the exhibit.
there are portions of the lots.
that was the last meeting, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, so there are portions of the lots that will have slopes at or above 15% grade. But I mean, I think that's not unique to this neighborhood, right? And we're not intending to, in many of those cases, we're leaving them as they exist today.
Like Paul said, half of the mountain, we all have about 50% grade.
Sure, I don't think it's unique here or in New Hampshire for that matter. Right? So.
And that was.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Well, a couple of things, more than a couple, actually, if you bear with me for a minute. First, it's a good thing that putting it now as part of the public record, because what Mr. Conley was indicating is not correct. Not all of these lots are more than 50%. I think he may be thinking of a plan that was more than 25%. But in any event, 15% grade is if it goes up more than 15 feet in 100 feet distance. So what I'm concerned with at this point is the fact that a revised plan was submitted to the planning board at very late, sometime this past Friday. The public received a notice of this public meeting and including the agenda, which indicated that no additional plan had been submitted, no revised plan had been submitted. It's not on the town website, it's not accessible to the public. So here we are in the midst of a hearing. Not only is it a public hearing where the public has not had a chance to see the revised plan, but it's a public hearing in which the applicant is requesting additional approval on a plan which has not been available to the public prior to this hearing. I don't see how the board could possibly conditionally approve this application or these two applications on the basis of plans which have not been made available to the public. The last plan, the first part of this hearing, which was heard about in March, is not the same plan as that which was before the board.
And there were specific concerns about those plans that were raised at that meeting, which the applicant was told had to be revised, and the public hasn't had a chance to see the revisions to those plans. So I would suggest that conditional approval of any sort should not be given at this point. If anything, the application should be denied. Now, in addition, I wanted to mention that this 15% grade is significant, not just because what the engineer just said here a moment ago. He may not be aware, or maybe may be aware, but the town ordinance, as you all know, the members of the planning board, has a provision in Article 7 about whether or not steep slope can be included in the usable space. I know the members of the planning board are familiar with this issue. I don't know if the engineer is, but, and I know there's a dispute on this issue, it was referenced earlier. I'm going to suggest to this board that there is a requirement of the ordinance in Article 7 that steep slope not be included in the available square footage to determine usable space. And if that is the case, it is clear and documented by their own exhibit, which this board just moved to accept and make sure is part of the record, which shows that the lots in the subdivision do not have adequate usable space if the steep slope is excluded from the usable space. Again, it's Article 7, it's on page 94 of the land use plan, land use ordinance. Article 7, Section A, subsection A1B. There's a lot of, or IB, there's a lot of subsections there, but page 94 to make it easy. And it says the definition of usable space excludes subsection 4, land with steep slopes as defined by the Department of Environmental Services. Now, that's part of the town's ordinance. Yes, it is within section, I said 7, I'm sorry, it's section Article 8. Misread the Roman numeral, but it is part of the town ordinance. So if that is in fact part of the ordinance, and I encourage you to seek the opinion of Jason Dennis, the town council on this issue, because this certainly isn't a legal opinion for me. But I would suggest that the town may very well be almost definitely looking at reversible error if this matter would be appealed, if this matter were to be approved, and abutters were to appeal this matter to Superior Court. It would be black and white that if the town is not excluding usable space, and if this and if the exhibit itself shows that there is an adequate square footage for these lots, unless you exclude the steep slope, then it's clearly going to be reversed on appeal. So I would encourage you to seek the opinion of legal counsel as to whether or not the steep slope should be excluded under the ordinance.
We think that now. He's here. We've heard about this. Can we ask Jason about this now? I've heard it 4 meetings in a row now, so. Jason, can you weigh in on this, please?
I will tread into this water.
Got your boots on?
I do, yes. So, I agree definitely with a very large part of the comments that were just made, and I apologize, I didn't make note of who was speaking. But I do agree that it does exist, as was worded by the commenter. And as such, it is something that I think the board can consider, but they've already made the decision to not apply it. So to me, it's up to the board to essentially reverse sort of its own self if it wants to. The nuance and sort of funky piece about it is the Department of Environmental Services doesn't actually have a definition of steep slope. And so that presents us with a quandary, at least based on my efforts, and I think Ray as well, to see if there was a specific definition, meaning that though it's there suggesting that the town, through its planning board, has every right to consider it as an issue, the definition, the question of what the definition is unclear in that the Department of Environmental Services does not have an official definition. I will go beyond that to say that the 15% grade is used and commented on and discussed in a number of state of New Hampshire sort of documents and rules, but it is not, from the best counsel and engineer could find, specifically a Department of Environmental Services definition, meaning we are in a situation that we find ourselves oftentimes in these legal types of issues in an area of gray. And so the board would just use whatever it's heard from its engineer, from me now, from the commenter, and from the applicant, and make a decision, essentially, if it wants to reverse its own decision from the prior meeting to go back and apply the steep slope. I think you would be within your discretion to do that. But again, I think you would also have the discretion to not, because of the way the definition is exactly worded, and the fact that a definition from the Department of Environmental Services you can't find in like EV, whatever, all their administrative rules. They have a ton for Department of Environmental Services, and you cannot find this definition expressly. So sorry, long-winded answer sometimes happens from me, but I want to try to cover all the bases so that it gives you as much information to use in whatever decisions you make.
So are you saying that we can make a decision either way, which is basically what Ray told us one time as well during one of these meetings, that the planning board has great ability to either weigh it one way or the other?
Yeah, that's ultimately my opinion here, because the way that it's worded, it doesn't word it in a way that I think you are bound to use 15%. But I think because 15% exists pretty commonly through the state of New Hampshire and is used in a number of other towns' ordinances, that you would have it. If you say which position might legally be easier to support upon an appeal, it may very well be that not using 15% would actually be, because the definition isn't expressly there in the ordinance, even though you could definitely infer that it's 15%, but it's because it references environmental services doesn't say, yes, it's 15%. That might put that type of a decision into some challengeable area. But again, if it's in there, and so some abutters, as we just heard, might say, well, hey, you're in there, you should use your discretion to do that. The reality is, in this type of an application, where there's as many stakeholders as possible, there's always the possibility of an appeal, whether it be from the applicant or one or more abutters. So you take everything in and make the best possible decision you can. And I apologize that I can't more definitively legally give you that answer. If I thought I could, I would. I would say, no, definitely don't do it legally, or definitely legally you have to. I think this is an area of discretion.
I guess, Jason, based on the topography that's mostly prevalent in Lincoln, never mind just in this application, the town would suffer greatly if we ruled on 15% or even 25%. How do you, I mean, if we make one decision based on 15% for this application, and any preceding applications that come in, we're gonna have to do the same thing, because we've already drawn that line in the sand that we're gonna do that. And that's concern to me, based on the topography in the town of Lincoln.
Yeah, I understand that. So from the legal response, I would say there is, if you take an action in interpreting something, and then you apply that differently, you're certainly opening yourself up to legal challenge. As far as the idea of the topography of the town of Lincoln, I'm gonna skirt that one and saying that is up to the legislative body, the select board, and the planning board to determine what criteria and regulations you would want to, steep slope is a balancing act. I mean, in sort of getting myself prepared to potentially deal with this issue, I've looked and read a lot of steep slopes stuff, and there's a lot of reasons for there are steep slope ordinances. And it's not just safety, there's aesthetics, the natural environment, all these things. And tons of different people have tons of different opinions on, is it really safe? California does it, although obviously it's not always working in California, as we see in the news. They're building on cliffs all the time. People will say it's gonna kill certain species, and other people say, no, that's hooey. So you could get strong opinions on every single philosophical or policy reason for steep slope. And so legally, what I would say is whatever you land on that for a reason that makes sense in the town of Lincoln, consistent with whatever the master plan is at the time. You make sure everybody knows it, you apply it equally.
All right, thanks.
Yep.
Thank you. Just a couple more points on that, then I'd like to move on to a couple of things, other things if I may. The town ordinance, so I guess there's no dispute that the town ordinance does apply, that it says that land with steep slopes as defined by the New Hampshire DES is not included as part of the usable space. Apparently, there's no dispute on that. According to Mr. Dennis, the question is, what is the definition of steep slope? Is it 15%, which is the most common, or is it something else? The ordinance does note that DES most communities define steep slope as having a grade more than 15%. It also points out that New Hampshire DES defines extremely steep slope as a slope of more than 25% prior to slight disturbance. If you recall, the other plan that was submitted or shown to the board, which is not the engineer apparently declined to give to Carol, also showed the land which had extremely steep slope. Now, those parcels were fewer, but also there would be several parcels, not nearly as many, but there would be several parcels on this land, on this development rather, which do not have adequate usable space for a single family home lot, particularly on the east side of Valley View Lane and the whole White Birch Lane extension area. A few of those lots don't have enough space, as well as the ones at the top of Valley View Lane do not have enough square footage. Even if you made it 25% and you only exclude extremely steep slope from usable space, which is another option, which would be more lenient, but this application also fails under that standard. Now, a couple of other things. There was at least one driveway at the top of Mansion Hill Road on the last plan, which went over another parcel of land. And apparently that was brought up to the planning board's attention before the last hearing. And the applicant was asked about that right at the beginning of the last hearing. And I think it was acknowledged that that hadn't been seen by the applicant and they were going to correct it. Because I think conceded that they couldn't have one person's driveway go over another person's parcel of land. So I haven't seen this latest plan yet at the top of Mansion Hill Drive, and I don't know if that's been corrected.
That's been addressed. I can tell you that's been addressed.
Thank you. Now, I don't know if another one was addressed, because as it turns out, at the top of Valley View Lane, as I'm looking at the plan, it was the same problem. And I don't know if that was not brought up at the last hearing that I recall. But when I'm looking now, for example, at site layout plan HC 302, look at the top of Valley View Lane, plots 6 and 7 on 302. The driveway for lot 6 goes over part of lot 7.
What are you referring to?
302?
Yeah, we don't have that sheet today.
Well, it's been changed on the plan.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Limited suggestion?
Yeah.
We put the guy in a hole for now, ask if anybody else wants to make a comment. The other comment, then we go back to him. This way, everybody else will have a chance to speak their piece. You've been on here for 25 minutes ago.
That's fine,
I
yeah.
want to give everybody else a chance to speak, so we can come back to you after.
Okay. Fine, all right. Would anyone else like to speak at this time? Tammy?
Tammy Jeanette Utility. Probably at every meeting I mentioned, have they exercised checking into Forest Bridge And now that the town has acquired rural property. The land provide, I believe, are pretty darn close to it. Seeing if possibly they could temporarily, if not full-time, connect onto Forest Bridge and pay some kind of fees to maintain the road and the usage as well. To bypass interrupting the livelihoods of all these people that have been there. In the sixties, before that road was even paved, I rode my bicycle up, crashed and blew the heck out of my body. So those houses have been there since the sixties. So when they're talking about storm drains and stuff like that, nobody thought of it back then. It wasn't congested like it's going to be with more development out there. I believe the majority of the people that were here originally at the meeting would back me up on saying they would like not to have Mansion Hill used as the access inlet and outlet of this development. Fire truck wise, when we have all that traffic on Pollard Road, it would make more sense to come in and out of Forest Ridge, or if the town works it right and will allow it, maybe have Forest Ridge the inlet, Campbell's World the outlet, or vice
That's a piece
versa.
of parcel by there's 100 acres in the town land going west that belongs to another different individual.
On which end? Are
On
you
the side
talking on
towards the side towards Mansion Hill,
from
down
Mansion,
this way, there's another 100 acres there that belongs to a different party,
a different part?
yes.
But does any of this proposed development connect on to the Campbell's World?
I don't believe so, you have to check the map, be sure. The other 100 acres starts at Campbell World, basically first ledge, and goes southeast. 100 acres there.
Well, I've never heard a yes or a no, if they would even consider
It's
applying
possible.
to see if it would work.
We even
Traffic
considered,
wise, safety wise, police wise, safety of our children, which should be very important, our elderly, that should be very important. And the livelihoods of these people that have been there, I see it every single day, there's minimal to no traffic on that road. Everybody's lifestyle is gonna change, and I respect the developer for the fact that he has tried to work for the town. I have listened to it, I'm not ignoring that, and I don't wanna crap on him because I understand what he's into. But we have situations in this town that we need to start thinking of the safety of the people that are here year round. And the livelihoods that they've had. And I would like to see. Whether it be the selectmen, the planning board, or the developers are all three. See if they could work something out with Forest Bridge, because. If you lived on my road, Joe, and I know you know where it is, if you lived on it, you would know how congested
I
it
agree with
is.
you, my argument for it, just for pointing out the other piece of land that involved in it.
And for
In
the,
fact, there's 300 more units going into Forest Bridge.
for the emergency vehicle. Forest Bridge comes out right now at the end of Maple Street.
Well, one
Extension.
major exit, it's supposed to have been two. But the planning board of the town let them do it, the second exit, and they let, now it's a 30-foot berm on the other side where the road was gonna went through. Comes down Maple Street, and they
It
never
can
was
be
put in.
worked out. It could be worked out if people try. I don't
I
hear
agree with you.
anybody saying it's been tried. And OJ, you're online, you know, you just kind of rolled your eyes at me when I said it at the other planning board meetings. But we need to start listening to everybody. Like I say, I'm not crapping on the developer. I understand where he's coming from. The last night we had 6 children for kindergarten registration for next year. There's no homes affordable. I can't direct it because I'm supposed to direct it to the board, but this is developer willing to work with affordable housing as far as like $250, $300 homes that people can buy. You know, not upwards of that, so they can help maybe the town too. I mean, I understand he's in there for making money, but let's help our school, let's help our town, let's help our people in the community that has lived there for so many years. And I really wish you would seek every avenue possible to see if we can reroute the road, even if it came out Maple Street Extension. It would still not be,
But that was supposed to be emergency exit coming off Maple Street connection, annex. But now there's a road down there, there's a wall there, but twice high as this room, so you can't come down that road. It's gonna built in front of it. The town let them do it. First planning board made them put that in.
but we need to think of the safety of all. We need
I
to
agree
think
with
of our fire department, the equipment getting in and out. It's,
Just traffic coming down Pollard Road is a big issue.
hey, I live there. I just showed the selectmen. 100 cars in 6 minutes on Pollard Road. In 6 minutes. My hands were wet, my hands were freezing the day I videotaped it. And it's because of the Luna Mountain congestion at that time.
If you like it, I have a traffic counter in my house. I can find, dig it out and I'll set it up there if we can get an accurate count of it.
Well, get the stop sign
No,
too.
but
I think I count pretty good. Joe. I went-
you know what I'm saying? This is 24 hours a day that goes on when we're going to drown.
All right. I'm just trying to get to the point. You know, we can do the other talk outside the room or whatever. They're here to do business, but I do respect what they're trying to do. I understand their part. But everybody I've listened to in this room at every single meeting has been against it. There might be one person I heard online that was possibly working for it. But it's infringing on everybody in so many ways. So many ways. I really hope the board.
That Tammy, if you remember, the original plan, the planning board first started, proposed the road going to Basin Cooling, going across, come on, came to the road side, going to Route 3. That was put aside because it was too expensive at the time.
This is gonna be a lot more expensive for these residents who have lived there because
Well,
it's
you know,
40 years
you know,
used to get,
yeah.
gonna get beat up more by all the.
Can we restrict the comments to new comments, not stuff that's been gone over? I mean, we've been here 4 times. A lot of it almost till late hours, and we've all heard the comments. If there's new comments, I welcome them. But if it's the same old comments that you've been giving us, we've heard them, we have heard them. But if there's new comments, then for sure.
Paul, I have a right to ask.
Tammy, I understand that, but I
I
mean,
haven't had any answer, any feedback from the board,
you have too.
not on the road on the Forest Ridge, or possibly if there was any way of going into Campus World for the town just to take.
That's not within our purview to ask these people to put a new road in from another location.
What I'm saying, that is not what I'm saying. If your property abutted their property, the town's property, or the Forest Ridge abutted their property, would they be willing to work something out so it didn't infringe upon these people?
It probably would, but it cost it.
I haven't gotten any answers, and that's why I'm repeating myself. And I did just tell Joe anything else.
I thought we were told that there was another chunk of land in between the two, that's why we couldn't go that way. Didn't we say that at one meeting?
Yeah.
Who was it that said that? It wasn't Joe, you weren't
Yeah,
here.
I said it a couple times. But it shows right in the tax map. There's 100 acre,
Tax map, but that was a piece
there's
of
100
property
acre parcel
between them.
between town property and Forest Ridge and Mansion Hill.
Well, so someone here from Forest Ridge said, he said, you know, no way we're letting them through was,
They told us that Forest Ridge.
That hasn't been
Ryan
told to
Cola.
us here on.
Forest Ridge is not gonna let anybody else go through, they
Yeah.
didn't want the hotel using that entrance.
That wasn't told to us on the floor, and if it was, I want somebody to correct me here.
Oh. When there was a hotel gonna be put in there, Forest Ridge came in. And they did not want anyone going into that. Going out of or into where they're.
I wouldn't be pursuing it if that was.
Okay.
Not just me, us.
Okay.
So my next question, because I'm supposed to present myself to the board. Are these gonna be second, third homes, or are you looking to hit people to live here year round?
I can ask him, but
Right, well, I'm asking you because.
yeah, please, you know, can you answer her question?
Can't dictate who buys homes. I mean, it could be, it's a very hard question for me to answer. I don't know if somebody has a third home. Somebody
Okay,
else, I don't know how I could possibly answer who's.
are you gonna be the builder of this development yourself? I mean, the price range of the houses you're gonna be building, is it gonna be something like slopeside up Blue Mountain?
But you can see some of
Untouchable?
the building footprints, some are much smaller to fit the size of the lot, you know, as you go down into. White Birch Extension, some of those building footprints are 600-700 square feet, they're definitely small homes. As you get onto the ridge, there's some that are larger. But I can't
All right,
tell you with a straight face whether someone's gonna have a first or second home,
just a yes or no, are they gonna be like 300,000? or way higher? If you're designing them, you know what you're putting in.
I'm not gonna spec build a home, so I'm just not gonna do it. If somebody wants to build a home that's $1 million, we can build it for them. If they want a less expensive home, we'll build it.
So you're just gonna be selling the lot and,
Correct, we're gonna work to design it with someone. We're not gonna spec build homes. I'm not gonna get into that situation. It's bad.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. In the back of the blue,
Captain McDermott on Central Valley View, just a process question. If this does go to approval or conditional approval, or even conditional approval tonight, does that end the public hearings? So it just goes to administrative, you want to guys conditionally?
Yes.
right, that's it. We're done.
So then I just want to reiterate with regard to that people haven't seen, you get responses back on the 8th, got responses back on the 10th, the public hasn't been able to see it. I don't know how you can approve something that the public hasn't seen anything to make any comments on. If it goes to approval, then it goes to administrative hearing. So I just don't think how you should be able to do that today. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak?
Then we cut off the.
Oh, Gary, do you want to finish up?
Yes, thank you, thanks. Just following up on. Trying not to repeat what I said at the last meeting or a previous meeting, but some additional information regarding the configuration of the lots at the top of Valley View Lane. I took a closer look, so these are lots where I did indicate in the past, I was concerned, and I think the planning board should be concerned that the lots are too small for a duplex, which requires a 22,500 square foot lot. And these houses are using portions of land which I described previously as slivers, extending out way beyond their house, some distance to include that as part of the square footage. Now, I recognize that in the past, the planning board has said that that is something that's been allowed in the past, and I understand the planning board can't dictate the exact dimensions of a lot. They don't get lots. People try to maximize the square footage by extending it in odd directions, but the extent to which it's being done here is extreme. And I took a look at some dimensions on plans. And I can give you some, not exact, but some information, but I guess I can be corrected if I'm wrong. But if you took, for example, lot, let's see here, lot 7 at the top of Valley View Lane. And based upon information on plan C202, which provides dimension, that's the dimensional plan. By my calculations, approximately 15,000 square feet of that 22,500 square footage is really not near the house at all. Approximately 15,000 square feet is on this large section which extends out far to the east from lot 6. And we can get the approximate width of that section by, sorry, I'm referring to lot 7 though. Hopefully I said lot 7.
You said lot 7.
Lot 7, thank you. So if you look at 302, there is not only the property line, but there's the setback line, which is 15 feet from the edge of the lot line. So if you look at that extension that goes to the east, when you look at the setback lines, you can see that the width of that section extended to the east is more than 30 feet because you've got the two 15-foot setback lines in the middle of that section going out to the east. And if you look at the dimensions of that portion that extends out from one side to the other, it's 376 feet plus 158 feet plus 31 feet, so that's 665 feet. But probably about 80 feet of that is actually behind the house. So you've got about 80 feet of the land, which is behind the house, and about 580 feet, which is off to the east. And it's over 30 feet wide. So it's almost 600 feet in length, extending out away from the house. So you've got a section, just to recap here, so that I'm trying to be a little bit more clear, so you can picture what I'm talking about more. It's about 30 feet wide, more than 30 feet from top to bottom. And that's 10 yards, and it goes 600 feet, or that's 200 yards to the east. So you've got a double football field extending away from the lot. That's 10 yards wide. And 2 football fields long. So this is to the point of, I think, defining the spirit of the ordinance. And something which the planning board can say, enough is enough. We have to be able to draw the line somewhere. You can't be building a duplex on what is really 8,000 square feet and putting 14 or 15,000 square feet 2 yards over, 3 houses over, as far as 200 yards away from your house. There's too much congestion there. The point of defining the square footage is to provide some buffer between the houses. I'll move on. I appreciate your time. The same problem exists regarding lot 8. There's about 5,600 square feet, which juts up behind that property to meet the 22,500 square foot footage. Now, let me move on to drainage briefly. At the top of Valley View Lane, we've got 2 driveways coming down the top of 3 driveways coming down the top of Valley View Lane. There are 6 units proposed there. The drainage from the roofs on all 6 units are proposed to go to 2 rain gardens. Rain gardens, I think are nice ideas, but I don't know how they can accommodate that much water from 6 downspouts from gutters. So I think that the drainage is an issue at the top of Valley View Lane. If you just look at those driveways pouring water onto Valley View Lane, it's concerned. You consider the downspouts from the houses going into rain gardens. That's insufficient.
With all the respect, we've had this reviewed by an engineer, the town engineer. And I'm sure that he would have brought that to our attention. I mean, I get that you don't like the project, but what I don't get is you're picking stuff apart that the town has paid an engineer to review. I'm sorry he can't be here tonight. I don't know. He had an operation, I guess, and can't be here. But you're picking apart stuff that a professional has looked at, and I take exception to that. Okay,
Fair enough.
this is already brought up before too.
Yeah, let me.
Because he's not doing it right, we don't need it.
Fair enough, let me move on then. Let me speak about traffic. Now, this is something that you did have professionals look at, which I appreciate. But I'd just like to point out a couple of other things about the traffic studies that maybe weren't picked up on, possibly. You probably all know this, but I didn't. The traffic trip generation analysis, by their definition, I've looked at all 4 of them. I determine whether or not a traffic impact study is required. So the conclusion that was reached is a traffic impact study is required. Now, the traffic impact study, you may know this, is only required when the roadway capacity is an issue. So the question is whether some type of mitigation is required of the roadway based upon the traffic impact. In other words, if the road is not going to be able to handle the traffic, then a traffic impact study would be required. So yes, it's not at that level where Mansion Hill Road can't accommodate the traffic so that you have to rebuild it as wide as connect the road, for example. But the fact that it's not so bad that you have to rebuild the road doesn't mean that the traffic isn't having an impact. So I do want to point out, and this has not been mentioned previously, and it's supported by your own engineering studies, just taking information from your engineering studies, that this is going to approximately double the amount of traffic going up Mansion Hill Road. That's from your studies.
Where did you get that from?
Did you get a copy of the Stephen Prinoff?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did do that.
So in that, he says, so this is the second traffic engineer.
Yeah.
Who has said, I do not believe further study beyond the trip generation memorandum would result in any meaningful findings, recommendations, or conclusions from a traffic engineering standpoint. So, I mean, we've had this.
What he's talking about there is, sir, what he's talking about is whether or not it would reach any different conclusion as to whether or not the road has to be rebuilt or anything like that. He does say this, he disagrees that it's a minimal impact. He disagrees that it's incorrect that it has no impact.
And if you count the cars, and I think Mr. Spanos was asking where I got the information from, it's from the town's police report. The town had the police department monitor the traffic flow on Pollard Road going up and on Mansion Hill Road. And they counted the cars, and all I did was compare the car count from the Boulder Engineering Study to the car count from the town's police department. And the traffic flow was basically going to double, both at peak hours on weekdays, on a daily basis, and on weekends. All across the board, it approximately doubles. That is a concern. It's a concern for the children playing at the bottom of Mansion Hill Road. It's not so much of a concern for me where my house is, but it's a concern for some of the others. So I think that is something that the board should take into consideration. Just a couple other points, and I'll start talking. I apologize for taking so much time. So regarding the subject of conditional approval, and Kathleen here behind me brought this up earlier that, will there be another hearing or not? And I don't think that the criteria for conditional approval are met here today. The statute talks about conditional approval, and the statute is referenced in the town's regulations. Conditional approval is basically only supposed to be given when no matters of discretion have yet to be resolved. When it's just discretionary type matters, there's no judgment required. It's just administrative matters which have to be tended to. Well, there's a lot of substantive matters which still have to be tended to here. There's what are the homeowners association documents going to say? Who's going to be responsible for what? What means do they have of addressing? all kinds
Let's
of
have
issues?
professionals review the HOA documents.
Well, let me just take 1 minute to refer to
Can you
the.
speed it up, please? Getting close to 9:30,
Let him speak, Joe. He wants to speak.
but Jane wants to get back to you too.
All right, so I'll just say that I would encourage you to look at the statute in terms of what the statute says. And I'd suggest that conditional approval would not be appropriate tonight because there's too many matters involving judgment, too many matters which are unknown. And I think the application should be denied or certainly not conditionally approved at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim, there's someone online who has had the hand up for quite a while.
Oh, Miles, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there.
Frank
Good
Bushugo.
evening, Miles Moran, O'Brien Avenue, and also a member of the Zoning Board of Adjustment. I've heard a lot here tonight, and I've been here for the whole thing, and I have been aware of the proposed subdivision. I looked at it several times, and I knew it would go through several revisions. I do strongly agree with Mr. Casangino on the duplexes and the watershed problem at the top of Valley View that it's going to create. I did some building up there in the past. I'm familiar with water problems up there. I do feel that you've got a combination of, Joe brought it up, some steep slope. These are all lots that are of what I consider to be a little more than bare minimum size. You're going to have a lot of water. I think what's going to happen here also is you're going to get people who are going to build larger homes, and they're going to cover a large part of the lot because they're going to build bigger homes, and you're going to still deal with the water drainage problems. We see the problems that exist today in previous developments. Of course, a lot of them are up on the mountain where they're very steep slopes, but slopes are slopes and they're all over town. So I do believe that there seems to be a lot of unanswered questions here tonight. I do believe that they were late to the table with delivering their documents this week. The only thing I could suggest is, in the light of everything, that this board strongly considers a large performance bond, because I do perceive problems down the road. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Hey, Frank, did you have your hand, you have your hand up? Hey, Frank Pascio?
Yes. Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Can hear you.
Okay. So I will try to be brief and skip over things that have been talked, other than to say I'm in agreement with much of the stuff that Gary had gone through and was going to mention it myself. I know that the board may feel that some of this is repetitive, but I want you to know we aren't letting go of some of the ideas that have not been addressed yet. This is an area that I think I'm going to jump ahead, that Ms. Black had referenced. There's all kinds of water and aquifers that take place at the top of this hill that flow down into the bottom of this proposed development, that I think should be looked at more closely than the way it has been right now, which is strictly by the developer. I've asked in my previous letters to the board that you should walk around that property, take a look at what it is they're proposing and how it would fit in the property that you take a look at. I think overall, there's a provision within the ordinance that talks about suitability. And there's so many things going on with this property that it lends itself to being determined as not suitable for this kind of development. I think that if you don't feel you have your own ability to assess it, then let's get somebody in that can do that assessment. There's water that pours from one of the slopes that I don't see an indication. I'm not a professional. I know Ray is, but I don't know that Ray's walked the property, quite honestly, to see whether they've investigated all the areas where water's coming down. I didn't notice that a particular area that I see for literally 10 days after a rainstorm, water is coming down in a small little streamlet to the bottom of the hill. It holds a lot of water up there. So I think overall, I don't think it's suitable for development. When you look at the individual components of stormwater management, everyone's tiptoeing around it. You all recognize that the handing off the maintenance of this disparate area in an easement to the homeowners association, I feel is just, we don't know where the resources are going to be to be available to maintain the plan's viability. It's unclear who's ultimately responsible, including any failure that it has. We haven't seen a homeowners association plan agreement, and I think everyone, and if you asked Ray, I think he has concerns about how that would work. I think, quite honestly, Mr. Robinson has also kind of said, leaves are going to go in there, and these things are going to work day one, but I just don't see that this is something that's going to continue to function in the long term. And because we're talking about something that's being built to the max, it seems to me, at this point, with the density that's there. I do want to address the original plan on January 10th, which was the first plan submitted to the board, had a total of 32 units. It was 18 single family, and anyway, I believe, any case, total of 32 units, and right now it's 40. So that's the changes there. As far as adequate usable space goes.
They've increased the number of units from 32 to 40. I believe they've reduced the number of units since January.
32 to 30. 32 to 30. It was 32 on January 10th, and it's now 30.
Yeah.
25. I promise you, it was 42, the very first plan we brought in. I think it was back in September, November.
Okay, that would have been a conceptual. I'm saying the plans that you presented right now from January to now have reduced by 2. I just wanted, it seemed to be a question as to no one knew what exactly it was. I did the math while I was waiting. As far as the adequate usable space and the steep slopes, I think that it's not appropriate for the board to ignore this provision in this case. It's important if, in fact, you need to get the developer on board to make changes. I think you really need to take a look at this and say it's just a mistake to ignore it. The statute's there for properties like this, where again, I would have to say you have the plan showing a small piece of land that the actual building will be constructed on, stretching down a large portion of steep slope that we hope maintains to be forested, but we don't know that. And in maintaining all of this is that, again, these steep slopes, the idea of maintaining them and not counting them is that hopefully they aren't being built on because we don't want additional erosion coming from anything in the future. I'll try to wrap it up. I got a couple more things I want to get out. First off, at the last meeting, I was a little bit, I guess, frustrated, and my tone was less than it should have been when addressing comments by Mr. Conley. You know, I had enjoyed a cordial relationship with Mr. Conley, and although now it's much more businesslike, again, I do apologize for that tone at the last meeting. It was from much frustration with this, but I don't move one bit away from the tenor of my words. I will echo the concerns of board member Ms. Black in her letter to the board. In particular, I too was struck by the comments made in response to long-term concerns about stormwater mitigation and the negative impact it may have on residents below the development. As Ms. Black remarked, and I quote, "It left a bad feeling in my heart when the presenting party stated that water in the homes below this development was a problem for the homeowners." And that was discussed tonight as well. I don't understand why we would continue to look at a plan that we know could not work. I think last meeting, Attorney Dennis mentioned that the board can learn from things that didn't work in the past, and in fact, reflect upon those and use their judgment when they're looking at future things. You can't ignore what we know didn't work. And we know that some of the things that we thought would work didn't work, and we have residents, people who live in this town, who are being negatively impacted by those developments. I think the board should really be cautiously looking at these things. So I just want to say, I know the applicant's been before the board many times, and the board has provided much input on conceptual plans, including concerns about wetlands, density, the homeowners agreement, street design, many things. Many meetings occurred prior to the purchase of the property by the applicant. In none of those meetings did the board provide anything less than, and these are my words now, development will be challenging. All of those conceptual plans, there was a lot of feedback about the challenges of this particular property. The applicant is seeking approval of land development with too many uncertainties, too much density, too many extremely odd lot configurations to meet the requirements, and has asked the board to set aside provisions of the ordinance, and I'm referring to the steep slope. The applicant knew there were risks. At the February 14th meeting, a board member, I think it was Mr. Bowden, asked how and when the project would proceed. And the response was, and I quote, exactly, "You know, this is a huge risk for us, as well as financial risk. We spent a lot of money on this, and we've been in front of the board 6 times now." The board does not need to solve the applicant's business problem. The board needs to protect the interests of the residents and deny this current application or continue the meeting, but the board should not, as others have said, issue a conditional approval, which will remove public participation on too many open and unanswered concerns. Tonight, I've heard that you were waiting for this, we're waiting for that. There's so many things that are open, and I think it would be a disservice to the public. You clearly have people interested in this more than you've ever seen, and I think that would not be the appropriate action by the board. And honestly, again, I don't understand the rush to approve this. I keep hearing that there's no need. And I guess in support of your previous discussion about whether you should have everything met before you accept an application, this would be a good example of why. Because now you're rushing to try to get this approved because you're under the gun for the 65 days, when in fact there's so many things that still need to be resolved. Okay, I'm done.
Would anyone else like to speak? Yeah.
We have letters too.
What's that?
We have letters too. Letters.
Oh, letters, I got a letter.
Yeah, John.
Who wants to speak first?
Yeah, let's
I
find
just
who
want to
speaks
remind you,
first.
don't forget the letters.
I only have a.
My name's Craig Santos, live on Mansion Hill. I built a house in 2011 and we're very fortunate, we don't have any water in the basement. But design of the house, we drive in, you know, under the house, we have 2-car garage, and we have living space downstairs. And then we have stairs that go up to the first floor, let's say. If I get water in that, in my house is gonna be ruined. That's just the way the house is designed.
I'm just saying, by the way, it's only 5%.
What's that?
He just said his house would have the same problem,
Oh,
basically.
so, I mean, I know the lawyer said that we'd have to chase down the people that bought the house up the hill or something like that. I don't know. But it's kind of concerning to me that, you know, getting older and sooner or later I'm gonna retire and.
You're too young.
I don't have frogs living in my house. That's it. It is a big concern of mine. And I'm very fortunate that we are as dry as we are. 'Cause I know everybody, a lot of people on the hill have problems. We don't. And I'd like to keep it that way.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, coming earlier.
Oh, Jane did?
No, I'm just waiting for my turn to get.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so Carol, I only have one letter for Susan Doran.
Well, there was one from.
Is there another one? What's that again?
There was one from Frank and then there was a Mr. Gardner.
I think tonight's packet.
Susan's online, if you want to talk to her direct. Jane? Susan's online.
Well, I think she wants it read. She's already asked. So.
Okay, we was in
Yeah, the one we were provided is only one letter. That's all I have. 3-page letter.
Gardner, like, yeah, Doran, Gardner. And packet, Doran was there. Gardner's there. Yep.
Frank.
Let me just stitch them up.
What's that one, Carol?
There's
There's,
another one from.
there's Doran, there's Gardner, and there's 2 here. From Frank.
Yeah.
1 here, for Frank.
Right.
This one here is. A lot of letter,
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
yeah, so, Jim. You want these 3?
It's right underneath the page. that
Here,
they
Carol, give me
read.
these 3 if you want. Yeah, see?
Page.
They're right there, Jim.
Okay, all right, I got them now. All right. Okay,
They won't be read for the record or can just.
so by reference, Frank already spoke tonight. So I just want to acknowledge some comments that have been received. An email from Frank Casciuto. Said Friday, March 8th, 2024, says Carol attaches my letter to the planning board dated 2/3/2024 and my speaking notes from the planning board meeting on 2/14/2024. My best regards, Frank. Frank Casciuto, 16 Valley View Lane, PO Box 192, Lincoln, New Hampshire, 03251. Letter dated March 23, 2024, from John Gardner. I think John's already spoken. I'll read it because he hasn't spoken tonight. Yeah, I'll read it. Dear Lincoln, New Hampshire Planning Board, my name is Sean Gardner. I live at 28 Mansion Hill Drive. I am writing you due to 2 main concerns with the proposed development on Mansion Hill. I have attended the last 3 planning board meetings on this issue. My first issue is the added traffic and second, the amount of water problems that already exist on Mansion Hill. I moved into our house in October 2015 along with my fiance Riley O'Connell and our 2 kids, now 13 and 15. We thoroughly enjoy the quietness of living on Mansion Hill. The kids and all their friends enjoy playing in our streets and the small fields at the bottom of the hill. We are concerned about the traffic that will be coming up and down the hill and the speed at which people will be driving. As many people have mentioned, there are lots of families that live at the bottom of Mansion Hill. All of our kids and their families enjoy the quiet road. These are the houses and parts of town that still provide that sense of community, where neighbors look after neighbors, and we feel comfortable letting our kids play. I think a simple fix could be speed bumps or more patrolling. In regards to the water problem, on June 26, 2016, our basement flooded for the first time during a rainstorm. Then again and again with each large rainstorm or large snow melt. On average, 2 or 3 times a year, we would have about 2 inches of water fill our whole basement. Our basement is finished and is a large part of our living space. It was very important to resolve the issue. We brought in fill and raised the grade to better drain the water from our house and eventually had to have a perimeter drain installed. The past few years, our basement has been water-free, including this extremely wet summer we had. I spoke with Nate from the waterworks to determine water and sewer line locations coming into my house, and we also found that there was an underground drain in the front yard that runs into the storm drain at the bottom of my driveway. After some investigating, I found out that in the summer of 2006, the town had finished a water and sewer main project that had disturbed the underground flow of water. It began to seep out onto the pavement and flow down the road, causing a dangerous situation in the winter months. At this time, the town dug up my neighbor and I's lawns and installed, from my understanding, a surface drain. I cannot find any documentation that supports claims, but I was told that at the same time it had caused water to infiltrate our basement, and the town installed a sump pump in our basement. This pump is still there, and once a year I replace it because it pumps water that rises up due to the hydraulic pressure underneath our basement slab. It runs every 15 to 45 minutes, depending on the wetness of the season. When our basement used to flood, it did not come up to the sump pump hole. It would come through the foundation wall where it meets the slab and footers. Installing the perimeter drain resolved the infiltration of water. However, the sump pump is not an issue that I believe I can resolve. I believe that town would have to address this issue at the road where the water flow was disturbed. My concern is that the town does not have sufficient drainage coming down Mansion Hill to be adding more infrastructure at the top of the hill. At the top of my property in the road, the water seeps up through the pavement after every rainstorm and heavy snow melt. It still freezes and causes an ice patch to form. Also, the surface drain that was installed in my yard runs year-round ducted water into the storm drain at the end of my driveway. No one can guarantee that disturbing the ground and adding an infiltration pond at the top of the hill will not send more water down to the existing problem. Will this cause so much water that my sump pump will not keep up? Will it run more often? Will my basement start to flood again? Will water seep up through the road? These are issues the town needs to consider and address before approving this project. I'm not against development. I'm a builder myself. I would love Lincoln to have more housing for its residents and families. The planning board needs to address these 2 issues to protect the people that already reside in the community. I would also like to invite any of the planning board or the applying applicants to stop by my property and see firsthand the issues with water at the bottom of Mansion Hill. Sincerely, John Gardner, town resident. And P.S. I can provide pictures of the street water seepage from various times of the year if needed. One second, Susan submitted an revised one.
There was 3 of them.
I got it.
She said she just corrected it.
Yeah,
It's similar to the earlier one.
right. I'll read the corrected one. That's the one she asked to be read. Email from Susan Doran, Wednesday, April 10th, 2024, 9:30 a.m. Dear Planning Board members, the Goals and Strategies section of the 2016 Master Plan states, growth in the way of new development in Lincoln's business, industry, and residential community should occur with forethought and at a rate that is reasonably accommodated by existing and planned services and facilities. Growth should not occur at the expense of the natural environment. Lincoln should continue to promote and support growth in the appropriate location that respects the community's unique scenic small town character and surrounding natural resources. And that's quoted from the master plan, page 22. This strategy is the litmus test for development. Therefore, I record my opposition to the proposed Mansion Hill Drive subdivision development as it fails to meet these criteria in several areas. And since growth should not occur at the expense of the natural environment. Density. As several people pointed out at the previous planning board meeting that raised these proposals, the density is too great. In order to achieve the maximum density, lots have contoured boundaries. With the added imposition of setbacks and wetlands, houses would be approximately 30 feet apart. Also, including unusable land in order to meet minimum lot sizes of the duplexes effectively renders the duplex lot sizes to be the size of the house lots, not duplex lots. Disturbance of land, water runoff. As others pointed out at the previous meeting, the land in consideration currently acts as a very efficient sponge, absorbing tremendous amounts of water with no runoff to the surrounding area and homes. Disturbing this land and using a 25-year stormwater mitigation strategy is insufficient in our current climate. Common sense tells us water runs downhill, and downhill from the proposed developments are neighborhood homes that will be negatively impacted by water ingress. Damage to our homes from water ingress will cause our property values to significantly decrease. It's essential that independent third-party assessments be done prior to approval of any of this proposal. Natural resources / accessibility. As pointed out in the previous meeting, the wetlands areas are home to migrating geese and other wildlife and a delicate part of the ecosystem. This land will be used for housing development and therefore will disrupt the geese mitigation and wildlife habitat. To think a homeowner is going to avoid disturbing wetlands areas is, in my opinion, naive at best. This land also contains large strands of mature beech trees, which are primary food sources for wildlife such as bears. It is also home to a variety of wildlife, including bears, bobcat, coyote, deer, etc. Land clearing and logging for developments often occurs in winter. This is a critical time for wildlife, which have nested and denned for the winter. Clearing land and logging during this time will cause bears and other animals to abandon their dens and their offspring to die. It's an irresponsible lack of stewardship of wildlife and habitat. Given his determination to maximize every inch of land for development, the developer has demonstrated a lack of concern about preserving the habitat and the wildlife it supports and of the consequences of development. But we must care, and we have an obligation to protect our natural resources and the wildlife that depend on them. Further, 13 acres of conservation land will become inaccessible. This proposed development warrants an EIS prior to approval. And this is quote from the master plan, I take it. Support growth in the appropriate location that respects the community's unique scenic, small town character and surrounding natural resources. The planned development is out of character with the surrounding neighborhood. The current neighborhood is made up of single-family homes. The demographic profile is primary families and retirees. The proposed development includes duplexes, which specifically target short-term rentals. I also believe the single-family residence will only be affordable for second or third homes of non-New Hampshire residents. It will do nothing to solve the affordable housing shortage for local residents. Disturbance to neighborhood and residents. The planned phase development will cause a protracted time of significant disruption to those of us currently living in the neighborhood with logging equipment, construction vehicles, construction crews, heavy equipment noise, etc. As residents of this neighborhood, we care about our individual and collective quality of life. The developer has demonstrated a lack of concern about the disruption he will cause to the current residents' quality of life. State regulation of 15% steep grade for driveways. Steep slopes as defined by New Hampshire DES. An extremely steep slope is a slope of greater than 25% prior to site disturbance. No section of any driveway may exceed a 10% slope for residential subdivisions or 8% slope for non-residential site plans. Most communities define steep slope as having a grade of 15% or greater, meaning that the vertical elevation increases by 15 feet over a horizontal distance of 100 feet. It was noted that this regulation hasn't been enforced in Lincoln. However, previous lack of awareness of the regulation should not preclude current enforcement now. It was also noted that driveways should be perpendicular to the road, and the current plan fails in this regard. Traffic impacts. When the project is completed, the additional lots will nearly double the existing number of homes, significantly increasing the amount of traffic on a very small residential street. Increases on the small residential street are not compatible with the impact these same increases would have on large streets or thoroughfares such as Main Street. It was noted at the last meeting that the Lincoln Police Chief has expressed concern about additional traffic on Pollard Road. Traffic study should be performed by a traffic engineer prior to granting approval for these developments. By a slow/available storage assessment. Study should be performed to determine the impact of development on existing water availability on Mansion Hill, surrounding communities, and storage tanks prior to project approval. Planning board discretion. The LUPO, Lincoln Land Use Plan Ordinance, also states that when there is a question of suitability of a lot for its intended use, the planning board may withhold approval. It is not the planning board's responsibility to solve the buyer's before purchase. The project has been reviewed and found to have issues that pose fundamental concerns for the projects, issues that keep coming up, such as stormwater runoff, density issues, suitability of terrain to the project, lot sizes, the development being taken out of character with the surrounding neighborhood, etc., pose serious and significant issues. Therefore, I respectfully submit that the proposed Mansion Hill development should not proceed. Sincerely, Susan Doran, 35 Mansion Hill Drive.
Good job.
Would anyone else like to speak before we close public comment? Sir,
I just want to make one last comment that you got to remember, you're only allowing one way in and one way out. The development. That's pretty dangerous.
I'll make a motion to close public comment.
All right, Paul made the motion, second, Joe second, all in favor?
Aye.
Great. What's the pleasure of the board? We ready to vote on this?
I think we got a lot of work to do.
Joe? Are we ready? You ready to go?
How about OJ?
Okay, you have anything you want to say?
Sure. I would suggest that the board go through, number one, if we did approve it, what are the conditions that it would be subject to? And then number two, what do we see, especially after listening to all of the public comment, what do we see as outstanding issues that we are not comfortable with, and maybe addressing some of those things and say, okay, are we comfortable? Are we not? You know, people are saying that there's many issues. Maybe we can look at each one of those individually and say, you know, are we on board with this for now, or do we need more time? But I'd say let's go through the issues and the proposed conditions to see.
Okay, I also have some proposed findings of facts, but why don't we go through the issues first? And then the findings of facts, and then if we get through that, then we can talk if we want to grant approval or not. Well,
Yeah, it sounds to me like tonight that some of the people here don't think that they've had a chance to review the new plans yet.
right, so that's, yeah,
So that could bring up more issues, more questions if they see some things. I mean, it would be my recommendation that we could do what we have to date, I suppose, as far as the conditions and issues, but if they bring up more, then, I mean, I kind of think that we got to give people a little more time to review what's been newly submitted within the past 3 or 4 days. Move this meeting, I'm sorry to say it, but move this meeting to another time. And then, you know, we can identify the outstanding issues so that they would be aware, the applicant would be aware of what those issues were, if they wanted to work on some of those between now and then. But that would be my suggestion. I mean, it's just people don't think they've had enough time to review the new plan, so.
yeah, I mean, that's fair. I think that's, but you know, Steve,
I think we need Ray around too. When he gets back, he's a lot of stuff he's got going on.
Can you speak up again?
I can't hear what Steve is saying.
he thinks Ray should be here while we vote on this.
I'm half asleep. That's fucking.
Okay,
What do you think, OJ?
well, go ahead, Lou.
I think at this meeting, and I know it's late, but that we should at least address the concerns that have been brought up and either say, okay, these are still concerns of the board, or we've listened to the concerns, we're aware that there's people upset about it, but here's where the board stands and make the decision so that the applicant knows like what's on the table and what's off the table. You know, as Paul said, if we're gonna give time to look at the plans, are we gonna go back and talk about putting a road through Forest Ridge? I mean, can we end that discussion tonight, or is that still on the table and maybe we'll think about that next time? That's kind of where I want to get to.
All right.
Yeah.
So what do you see as the issues, OJ? So outstanding.
Well, let's take traffic as number one.
I don't see that as an issue.
I mean, I agree. We've had the data that was submitted. I don't want to say report. It was just raw data from the Pollard Road speed check on Pollard Road. We've had the trip generator report, and we've had the Pernod review. So we've had 3 sets of things that have done to review the traffic data. Yes, it's going to increase traffic. It's 3 town roads that lead to the development. You know, asking them to put a road through a private development that in no way is going to let them do it isn't really in our jurisdiction to even ask. Now, I've heard it, and we keep getting accused of you never listen. I've listened to that request now multiple times. I don't think it's something that the planning board should pursue. We're not going to get Forest Ridge to say, oh yeah, just put a road through our place. As Paul pointed out, we can't even get him to agree to the hotel at the bottom, which the right for that, in my opinion, was granted back in 1986 when Bob Satter purchased the back part of Forest Ridge. But anyway, getting off subject.
So, I mean, you know, there's Brian Bullock was here the very first meeting, and he basically said that, you know, we don't want this going through Forest Ridge.
Exactly.
So,
What do you, can we pull the board up?
all right.
If they think traffic's an issue, that way they will
All
get
right,
these
does
up.
anyone feel that traffic is an outstanding issue we need to address? I'm gonna poll, Joe?
You directed traffic coming out from Mansion Hill driving the bottom, out the Pollard Road, I don't see a problem.
Okay. I don't
Because
see
you
it.
can't make them go through private people's land. We're not gonna start taking people's land by eminent domain, especially large development. Even the people on the other side, the other 100 acres, they're gonna really be totally against people going through their property to Campus World site.
Right, well, we haven't purchased Campus World yet, so.
But the other piece of land we don't own, 100 acres.
Okay, so there's a parcel in between the Forest Ridge owns.
So they put in Forest Ridge and Mansion Hill. But I can't see with the other people or Mansion Hill, when Forest Ridge would give them the right away to their property. We value the land tremendously.
So actually, we're talking 2 separate issues. We're talking about access and then traffic impact. So I guess Joe started out with access. So
I'm thinking traffic impact there. Well,
we're talking, so access, I don't think there's an access issue. We're gonna have the fire chief review the plans, you know, for emergency purposes.
Right.
I did look at the minutes, I didn't see it, I mean, I didn't read it carefully, but I scanned it, I scanned the parts with reference, and I'm not saying he didn't say it, it just.
Well, he's so. It's gonna be
We're gonna
part of
review it
it.
anyway.
If they get approval, that will be a condition. So whether he said or not.
If I remember right, the police department said it'd be 220 trips a day going through from Mansion Hill down there, extra.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Okay, so, okay, did you have an issue with access, Steve?
No. That's the least of my worries.
All right, Paul?
No, I mean, I take a look at some of the other parts in town. Pollard Road, all that stuff, I mean, it grows, you know, and as OJ said, those reports, all of them came up with minimal mitigation for traffic. That's not one of the things that I think is a problem, an outstanding issue.
Okay. OJ, do you think access is an outstanding issue?
No.
Okay. All right, so now let's, concerns about the amount of traffic this is gonna generate. For those, does anyone? I think we've had, I'll start with somebody different. I think we've had the traffic engineer, we have the data from the police department. I don't think there's a traffic issue.
I agree with you. I wouldn't like to have a traffic, but the thing is, we can handle it according to the data we have.
Steve?
Realistically, those people aren't all gonna be here at one time, not any more than they are any other place.
Right.
Maybe 3 times a year.
Mhm.
Rest of the time it's gonna be a ghost town.
Paul?
I would agree. As long as we don't have another solar eclipse, we'll all be okay.
OJ?
So my wife had people in her office at 4 o'clock in the morning trying to get rooms. The night after, the day after, so what trying to get home.
Let's stick to,
Move on.
all right, OJ, no issue with the traffic?
No, and I think Steve made a good point. I mean, this can go either way. If every one of those units gets turned into an Airbnb, the traffic problem, the traffic increase is going to be fairly minimal. As an owner of Airbnb units, you know, they tend to go off during the day, do stuff. It's not like they're running kids back and forth and going to meetings and going to church and going to Boy Scouts and going to, they're here on vacation. It's not a lot of traffic. On the other hand, if every one of those units gets purchased by a family who wants to establish themselves here in Lincoln and lives here full time, that's going to increase traffic. I think it's well worth the extra traffic to have places where local people live. So I'm good either way.
Okay. So, you know, there's been,
I agree with OJ, by the way.
yeah, okay. Concerned about, you know, it's not being used for affordable housing. I mean, I guess my thought is you're not gonna, by restricting the supply of housing, you're not gonna make it affordable, make it more affordable.
Well, I think one of the other outstanding issues is, it seems to be brought, the issues that get brought up a lot is the steep slopes.
Yep.
And the town voted this year not to pursue that, but what we are going to do is we are going to, as a board, we have committed to looking into that so that we can see how we're best gonna serve the town. So it's not like we're just gonna let this thing go. It's, you know, we have let it go for so many years that enforce it the way. There's different people like different things. I mean, if you're a developer, you like to be able to develop. The town would like to have more taxable revenue, so you need more buildings, but you don't want, you know, I mean, you don't want them on really steep slopes either, I guess, so. I don't know whose definition we're gonna go by, but we'll definitely have to, we are gonna research that, so.
Right.
I don't think that, unfortunately, I don't think we can bring that to bear on this application at this time. That's my opinion.
I agree.
I agree with you, Paul. Because right now, if we force that 15 degrees, the 50% rule, 3/4 of the town would be in violation.
I think the only thing in my mind that is a real outstanding issue is the water.
Yeah.
And it's not that, because we have a stormwater mitigation plan in town, it's getting a little late. It does take care of the surface water, or it mitigates that. However, we don't know what could be caused by any type of construction that runs underneath, you know, and disturbs it, so it goes someplace else. But I think, having said that, that's the same with any other development anywhere. You know, when you build on a lot, look at what Steve went through, and that was above the lot. You know, someone built there and changed something, and they moved into his lot. You know, so I think that, yeah, I guess in listening to what Jason says, I mean, sometimes it comes down to, you know, you build something and now it's bothering me. Unfortunately, it comes down to the legalese of it, you know, at that point in time. Is that right? Probably not. I don't know how else you can resolve that. I mean, for a town to resolve that, how do you do that, except for not allowing the development, and whatever happens now. You know, I don't know that that's in the best interest of the town. We as a board have not looked at other developments just simply because someone's.
Well, yeah, we've with Forest Ridge has come in, we've taken the abutters concerns.
Right.
But of course, we didn't have the stormwater management ordinance back then.
We did, and you know, I mean, there are still concerns up there. I mean, that's part and parcel to where we are today. You know, with some of the way that the water came down after the development. And the town found its way through that and worked with a developer. Now, maybe as Jason has said, maybe a performance bond of some sort. Might help mitigate some of the any earlier concerns that are found. I don't know how, if we need Jason to talk to us and say, talk to Ray and then talk to us and say how that might work in order to be able to mitigate some of those water concerns. Maybe that's a possibility, I don't know. But I mean, to me, that's the real outstanding issue on this whole application.
Yeah, Jim?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with Paul. The storm, to me, the stormwater is and always has been my major concern with this project. The planning board received, and it's public information if anybody wants to peruse it, a 230-something page report on stormwater management. The reason that this has been such a volatile topic is because there are existing problems on Mansion Hill that will not be solved by the stormwater management systems within this new project. They will, you know, again, based on a 50-year storm, they will reduce the amount of water running off their land, but that's not going to help some of these people down at the lower end of Mansion Hill. And not to dismiss their concerns, but it's not up to this developer to fix problems that pre-existed before their development began. But in looking at that report and looking at what they've done, I had some issues, and in my mind, the developer has addressed those issues. Number one was the splitting up of the responsibilities of all these different stormwater management systems. Originally, I believe there's going to be one homeowners association in the lower section, one in the upper section, and then one stormwater system that was on a private lot that people were going to share responsibility for, that looked real problematic to me. This whole multi-month discussion has led us into, or has led the developers into a proposal where there's going to be a single homeowners association, and every stormwater management system is going to be under their jurisdiction. So that homeowners association can hire a professional trained company to go in and inspect all of these, including the rain gardens, including the detention ponds, including I forget what they call it, where the water fans out, all of that stuff. That to me was a big step in improving this. Secondly, I talked publicly at the meeting and then emailed my list to Ray of some of the things that I think should be included in the annual inspections and in the annual report that's submitted to the town.
Can we get a copy of that? Or have Carol send a copy, please? I'll look in my email and I'll send it to Carol, because I sent it to Ray. He wanted to know specifically, but you know, as a condition of this, of any approval, would be that stormwater management inspection and report process be worked out with Ray. And I'm much more comfortable now knowing that some of these things that were just left out or seemed vague to me are going to be officially in that report, or mandated inspection in the report and submitted to the town on an annual basis. So the town, it will be able to make sure those inspections are being done by a legitimate trained resource, not just, you know, two guys who live up on the hill and they're going to go around and look at this stuff. It's going to be a company that they hire to go in and do that. Two other things again, by listening to the comments, not necessarily agreeing with them, but listening to the comments, are being addressed. One is what if they build larger homes? Very legitimate concern. We see what happened up in South Peak in the earlier years. The alteration of terrain permit and this land use application or subdivision application has specific dimensions
for the maximum size of the house, and the stormwater management plan is designed around those maximum square footages. If some single homeowner wants to go in and build a bigger house than this, they would have to go back and do a stormwater management plan for their newer, for their bigger footprint. With the, again, the way these lots are designed and laid out, I don't see that happening, you know, or it's going to be very expensive for some mitigation system that, again, gets approved by Ray and then gets built. That, and then the homeowners association would have to take over the inspection inspection and reporting of that. I don't see that happening. But if someone did want to build a larger house, there's going to be roadblock after roadblock that they have to prove to the town it wouldn't cause any more water runoff.
They have to do a stormwater management plan, basically, just like they do it at South Peak or anywhere else.
Correct. They'd have to do it for their own lot. How are they going to mitigate that?
But I think also,
It's only triggered though by two things. It has to be.
No, it's triggered because this subdivision approval is conditioned on the plan that they presented.
right.
Yeah.
However, OJ, you made a very good point, is that at South Peak, the original ones were built bigger, they were never caught. And if this goes through,
So
there's gonna have to be something at the town level that says, when someone comes in with a building permit that's twice the size of what it's supposed to be, or half again as big, someone's gonna have to know that there's a maximum that it can be built to. So that,
we want to put it,
at the town level is where the buck stops.
possibly discuss a deed restriction or putting it on the individual tax cards. That's something.
I mean, there's something that has to say, you know, you can't, you know, you can't build a 7,000 foot home, you can only build a 7,000 foot home.
Someone comes in 6 months from now for a permit that everyone will remember, but they come in 6 years, like.
Someone, or even 5 years, whatever, I mean, you have to be able to remember that, and that did not happen at South Peak, so we'll have to figure out how to make that happen.
Well, I think we have figured out how to make that happen. Number one, we have a legitimate and functioning planning department. We have a technical review committee that looks at all of these things. We go out and physically send someone out to a site if it's you know, marginal like this, to make sure that the dimensions and all that are being abided by.
All right.
So yeah, I mean, things were different back in 2007, and I'm not saying that there was a lot of mistakes made back then, and we have corrected those over the last 15, 20 years. But I don't see building larger homes as a threat to the water runoff of this subdivision, because we have these new processes in place. I also see that again, it has been called an odd layout of land, of lots with, slivers of land, 2 football fields long. That is odd. But also, if you look at the whole thing, all of that land that we're talking about, we want to protect the wetlands, the area around the wetlands. Those are all protected because the lots that go over there are all slivers of land that no one's going to use. I mean, no one's going to take that 30-foot strip of 2 football fields and mow it or put up a golfing driving lane down there. I mean, it's protected because they're so unusable shape-wise that whole swath, in my opinion, the whole swath of wetlands and the surrounding area become pretty much inaccessible and unusable. So I think that layout takes steps in preserving those. Again, so I think all of those things together, to me, have resolved my concerns of the stormwater runoff. And again, they're not going to solve the existing problems, but they're not going to contribute to new problems. And the fact that they reduced, the 50-year storm has a reduced flow of water off of the site, to me is impressive.
So we kind of lumped wetlands and water together. That was another concern. We had to adequately protecting the wetlands with this plan.
There was some concerns raised about access to the
Conservation.
land, but I don't know how that can be resolved, or if there's other accesses for that through, maybe that conservation land, does that border the town's property?
The conservation land doesn't border this property. At least that was the response I got at a previous meeting.
It's, it borders, Forest Ridge. You'd have to go from this property through Forest Ridge property to get to the conservation.
Between Ginger Kiss and Forest Ridge.
Oh, okay. So that's really not something that we can address.
Chairman didn't want to pay taxes on it, forgave it. The starting petition named the forest as conservation land. He never wanted to buy it, so he couldn't get to it.
Okay. We've heard about an environmental impact statement.
I'm not sure that's necessary here.
I don't think it's more for a factory. I don't think it's something for subdivision that you do. Anyone have any concerns about that?
I agree with you.
Okay. Steve, you haven't seen?
Think about that. I think we're all gonna walk it. It'd be the thing to do, change your mind about a lot of things.
And the planning board hasn't walked the site in over 20 years. I've been fighting for it for the last 25.
Well, here's your chance.
We don't walk any site plans in town. On the planning board level, we should be.
Okay, let's keep on business at hand, please. All right, we talked about the lot layouts.
OJ talked about that.
What's that again?
OJ talked about that.
Yeah, so that's done.
Well, is there any other concerns on that? Can we vote that off the table, on the table? Is that, where do we stand?
I think those slivers, I think you represented that well, but I also want to say that those pieces of property that they have the slivers on are a lot bigger than the minimum required lot sizes as well. So it's not like they need to have that. It's just they put it out there that far. It doesn't look right, but I mean, we have allowed it in small slivers like that. I have one right next to me that borders me. And it doesn't make a big, you don't even notice it really.
And if you take
But
4, 5, 7, and 8, and you kind of cut the tails off, you have a nice piece of green space.
yeah, so it does, like OJ said, it does help green space, does help the wetlands. I still, like I said, yeah, I mean, I think we can cut that one off.
We've heard about the HOA docs. That's going to be reviewed by the town engineer and the town attorney.
So do we want to talk about the conditions? And or do we want to let people look at the plans and see if there's any new concerns before we identify conditions? If we identify conditions now for the meeting, at least it'll be in the minutes and then we can add to it, so we don't forget things. Would that be?
Well, let's go with the conditions we have so far, then we can.
Yeah, that way we don't forget any.
So we just talked about requiring a review of the HOA documents.
Are you writing that down? Carol?
Well, I didn't get any of the earlier stuff.
That's all right. We also said that Ron Beard was going to review it to make sure that the emergency vehicles could get up there.
Emergency access, view of emergency access by the fire chief.
Yeah, for hammerhead.
And then
we said that
it was gonna be, excuse me, the review of the HOA documents was gonna include ownership of the stormwater management system, the catch basins.
Ownership and maintenance and reporting.
Correct, ownership and reporting. We also said Jason wanted to include, or we gave the idea that we could put a note on the plan that said that the lots have to meet the conditions of RSA 674:1:41, I'm sorry.
Right, we're gonna have a discussion on that to make sure they comply all the
Right.
lots.
Yeah, we're gonna make sure that,
They're
right.
gonna have to review them, the engineer and Jason are gonna have to review it together.
right.
Performance bond,
His,
Go.
not to speak for Jason, I believe he's still here.
Yeah,
Uh, His,
I
his,
am.
his comment was that we include that in the HOA documents, right, to.
and on the plan.
And on the plan, but, right, so it's not just further review, it's that we include them on the HOA documents and plan.
Your plan.
If I may, just for a second, just to,
yeah,
because you're talking about a number of different things, conditions, issues, and potential findings of fact. I apologize for interjecting, but it's for the purposes of sort of suggesting whether the board feels it's moving towards any level of conditional approval or not. I know that the applicant is seeking that. There's been public comment, I think unanimously opposed to that. And the reason I say that is because some of the findings of fact that the board may wish to do really overlap with part of the previous discussion of what issues are. You could make a finding that based on these expert reports, there's not a sufficient issue for traffic, for example, and make that finding. And if you make those findings, what you'll have done is you'll have told the public that we've heard you. We don't think that's a concern. And so, you know, if there's another public hearing or meeting, you could potentially not even take public comment at on efficiency level because you've closed it, you've addressed it. For anything for which there is a concern, you have one of two ways to go. It's a big enough concern that we're going to continue this, or it's a concern for which we can grant conditional approval. And I want to take a second here to sort of address some of the comments on conditional approval. You can make a conditional approval that actually is subject to a further hearing, public hearing, depending on the level of the condition. Meaning, for the public that says we don't want to have a conditional approval because we think we will be removed for the process, if there is something that still requires discretion of the board for some of these, maybe the water issue, for example, we're going to condition this on adequate stormwater management. And maybe that's the only one you have. Then when we come back, if that's the way it works, there's a hearing on that, meaning the public can still comment on that. You hear from whatever experts you feel you still need to. And then if that's the final thing, then you have a final decision at that time. You may not want to do it that way, but if you go that kind of a route, everybody tonight will know whether their concerns are gonna matter or not, and they can choose to come to the next hearing or not based on what they do wish to say, and the applicant will know what it needs to address. So I just throw that out there so that you know that those types of options are available to you. And I'll say one final thing, because I did hear a lot of comment from the public. There are, and I can point you specifically to them if you care to hear it, there are two provisions in the subdivision regulations that do give the board some discretion to really take some of those abutter comments into consideration with regard to just sort of the nature and character of the land in the kind of neighborhood. So those could be discussed in findings of fact or issues or conditions. We don't need to do that right now, but if the board at its pleasure wants to kind of hear some conversation from me on that to make any decisions based on some of those provisions in the subdivision regulations, then I'll let me know that and I'll guide some of that further. So I apologize for interjecting, but I just wanted to kind of lay out some of the legal options under the statutes of how you could move forward from this point, because you're talking about a lot of different issues that could be conditions and or findings of fact.
I think we should keep them separate and
Yeah, let's keep going. So we talked about RSA 674-41, shared driveways, they were intertwined.
And Ray we were supposed to be.
Reviewing the plans for compliance with memorandums number 1 and 2.
Number 1 and 2, yep.
All necessary state, federal permits if required. I'm sorry.
You're back up. We're gonna comply with It's
that,
retired, so.
that it's compliant. That it's compliant with the technical memorandum number 1 and 2 from Ray Corber.
Okay,
And we get all required state and federal permits.
We also had a concern about.
wait.
Hmm?
Okay,
We also had a concern about public, parking. Construction equipment and materials and stuff on town roads. Did anyone want to put a note on there and says that there will be no
We talked
parking
about that.
or storage of equipment on town-owned roads?
okay, wait.
We have the catch basin at the top of Mansion Hill Drive to be
Right.
rerouted if possible.
Okay,
We need-
wait.
That needs to be checked with Ray and Nate.
Yeah.
See if that will take it. And then,
Wait. They're too fast. I can't write that fast.
you don't take shorthand?
No.
How about long hair?
Then
That's my train of thought. Catch basin to be.
see if the capacity.
Okay,
And I had written something else on here
The
about
stormwater,
stormwater inspection report and
inspection and
maintenance.
reporting.
hold on. Okay,
All I have at the moment,
Did we want, well, there was a couple of other conditions on that were from Ray Corber. One was, did we want special provisions on protecting the wetland areas? And I wrote condition with a question mark. Did we have?
we wrote, wetland protections to be in the deeds. We already discussed it.
So that's something that will have to be in the.
Right.
The HOA.
That's what we
HOA
discussed.
requirement.
okay, so how am I gonna track that? Only because I never see these. They come in and they go directly to the finance director, who does a deed transfer. We only get the first page for the minimum number of pages that is required.
You just basically get a picture of the
correct-
transfer stamp.
Pardon?
The first page with a picture of the stamp, so you know who bought it.
That's it. So if the deed restriction or whatever it is, the special provision is in the deed on page 2,
So.
we would never see it.
So that should really be discussed as part of the HOA documents, I would think, so that way it'll be,
Right,
we'll have a copy.
I don't think that would work.
If you look it up on the line, directly to it.
Okay, so the only other
And it
option
could-
is that.
The HOA and the plan, that was there.
copies of the
that gets
deeds
recorded.
to be provided for any land use permit application. I mean,
Well, if it's in the HOA documents, we'll have those.
If it's in the HOA and on the plan, because the plan's recorded, so
how
then that
many
would.
HOA documents do you think we have in here? Maybe 5?
Okay, well,
I mean, I don't even know where they are.
um,
We don't even have them unless, I have a bunch of them from Forest Ridge because David Larson provided them to me.
Well, one of the things,
Aside from that, I don't have any.
Why it's a potential condition, because we would share it with Attorney Dennis, and
say it again.
that's why it would be a potential condition, is we work it out with Attorney Dennis.
And if you recall that exhibit that we talked about that showed the areas to be protected. Would be attached and recorded to those deeds, so that would be a reference material as well.
and we talked about the HOA documents as. Having a provision in there or something that says that the ownership of the repairs of roadways and utility extensions and common stormwater common
Wait,
stormwater,
am I writing all this down?
I don't know, I'm
Yeah,
asking.
yeah, write it down.
Okay, back up then, say it again.
that there's supposed to be something in the HOA documents that discuss the ownership and maintenance of roadway and utility.
Okay, start right there. Stop right there.
Want me to rewind?
Okay, I got that.
Roadway and utility and common stormwater facility maintenance
Hold on.
ownership. Maintenance and ownership. And that was all I had. Well, unless anyone else has any more.
All I have.
Oh, Jay, you have anything else?
No, the only,
I think I put here,
on my list from the last time was, again, I know we just talked about it, but with the deed restrictions regarding wetlands, we talked about recording those with diagram and specific language, and I believe that language was going to be a condition of the approval that would be required upon the developer to put into any deed transfer, that deed restriction with the diagram and the specific language we include on the as part of the condition. And maybe we leave that to the two attorneys to work that out.
well,
Instead
we're
of,
gonna have the wetlands are gonna be delineated on the plan, the site plan. It's gonna be recorded, the subdivision plan, and the deed will reference that subdivision plan.
okay,
That's, yeah, because the register of deeds will not take a diagram.
okay.
So I did have one more.
Yeah.
And Jason, can you help me with this one? If we're talking about bonding, whether it's performance or otherwise, how would we work in something? As a condition or as a condition of approval? Does that need to be dealt with by Ray? And or the town? How's that done?
Yeah, I think you could have a condition as simple as the applicant will be required to provide a performance bond in the nature and type as agreed to by the town, and leave it at that. Obviously, inherent in that is Ray Corber's and mine, to the extent if it's at all necessary, input. Because, you know, if he's the town engineer, then saying the town means whoever needs to put the input in to get it right, in both nature and amount.
Thank you. Does everyone else agree with that?
Yeah, that's fine. Need to turn them out.
You get that, Carol? Does it need to rewind?
Some,
Can you say that again? Carol needs to rewind.
Sure. So, sorry, Carol. That the applicant will be required to provide a performance bond in the nature and amount as, and I don't remember exactly what I said, but as
agreed to
agreed
by
by
the
the
town.
town. Agreed to by the town, required by the town, or something to that effect. Now, obviously, as to
Does the
the,
applicant have any, oh, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, as to the conversation earlier, that doesn't mean that the applicant is not involved in that process, because the applicant will provide a lot of information to the town and the Ray that will help him make a recommendation on that. That's just a for your information kind of thing, I guess. That doesn't need to go into the condition.
I'd like to move at this time to continue this so that we can give the people who haven't had a chance to review the plans that were just recently submitted, you know, whatever amount of time we think between now and the meeting. Now that we've documented what the conditions are and what our outstanding issues were and what we thought they were and were not.
Yeah, all right, we don't have any findings of fact yet, so we can do that. Then
I will do that at the next meeting.
Okay.
Once we get everything done.
Okay.
I mean, and I don't think, I agree with Jason. I think that the outstanding issues that we've already talked about that we don't think are issues, I don't think we need to discuss those at the next meeting, so hopefully it won't be that long. So we know what our conditions are, we know the outstanding issues that we're not gonna talk about, so the next meeting should be pretty, close to the last one, I would hope.
Yeah,
Also, if you should have your plans ahead of time, we get this a week before, we have a spread out table, so everybody in the audience can look at it before the meeting. It'll catch a lot of time downhill.
I can do it. I mean, we got the letter from Ray at the very end of March. Had a conversation with him, spun the letter around, so.
Yeah, I know.
I think
Kinda bad on that end.
inherent in that would be us getting information in a timely fashion, so that we can then in turn spin it to you in a timely fashion, so. We'll go as fast as we get information. But I agree with you, if we can have more information spread out.
If we looked at it beforehand, stuff a lot of this 2 hour discussion, stuff that they already know about. They know beforehand.
And just to, on part of that, the things I think that we'll come back with, hopefully with information for the board is, Ray will have reviewed for compliance with technical memo 1 and 2. Fire chief will again weigh in on emergency access. And then Ray's gonna look into whether that catch base at the top of Mansion Hill Drive can be connected somehow. I think those are the technical issues we have to come back with. And
I
those are
think-
just
yeah,
conditions
I
that
think-
we would work out.
Yeah, the Public Works Director and Ray Corba would coordinate that.
I think that
Okay.
the easements.
Yep.
And any bonding, you could have discussions with Ray on to make sure that those things are. Discussed ahead of time. And the. As well as the wording for the. Roadway and utility and. Stormwater management. Responsibilities wording,
The HOA stuff.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, the HOA stuff. Yeah, and I think if that all came together before the next meeting, that there shouldn't be many unidentified issues or things to. You know, we don't need to rehash what we don't think is an issue.
That's acceptable to us. So, thank you.
I don't want to speak for everyone else, so I think you
I
got,
think that's good. Anyone have anything else they'd like to add?
OJ is what. we-
OJ?
Yeah, just a question. We have a new set of plans that we got for this meeting. Can we distribute, I don't know we can, but would those be appropriate to distribute like right now to people who are interested, who said they haven't had a chance to look at them? The only thing that I think is going to be changed on that would be if Nate and Ray said yes about changing the discharge point from that one stormwater management system, that'd be the only change. Is that correct? Or are there other changes that are being made?
Well, well, no, that's not the case. I think because we don't know what the general public is gonna find. On the new set of plans, if there's
What new set of plans are they gonna look at?
they're gonna look at the
They're
plans
looking
they
at
were,
plans from April that are dated,
that we just got a copy of.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Can we
Okay.
distribute those plans to the public? Like, I would say right now, but more realistically tomorrow, distribute those plans. And now they have till the next meeting to look at them and come up with, right? We're not waiting for any changes that we need to wait for plans to be sent to the public.
How many sets of plans are you looking to hand out?
I'm looking to email them to as many people as
Email
possible.
Email them,
I got mine by email. I don't know what,
Yeah, we got it by email, so.
Or you set the plans on the table, and came and look at it.
yeah, I'm looking at that's what I've been doing all night, is looking at my email.
I understand what you're saying, I just thought Carol and this gentleman here were saying that there might be some problems with people trying to open them up or things like that, unless it was done.
The link that we distributed when we submitted this.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I didn't
Is-
forward
is-
the
is-
actual link.
Is
because I was
accessible to
concerned that-
whoever clicks on the link. And if the town prefers that I send additional hard copies in so that they're available here at town hall, I'm happy to do that as well. I don't have a preference for any of that.
Do we need a couple
Well,
extra?
because I can have people, give me, so I leave this over here, give me your email address. And I can email it all in. But I have to you. And then,
we can also leave a copy at town hall, so if someone can't have access to it, they can come in to this room and look at it. So that down, amenable to everybody? Why don't we do that, and there's 2 ways. So we can put this on the agenda for the next meeting, is,
24th, so we're gonna have a pretty heavy agenda.
Could we just put this on its own meeting sometime? It's gonna be.
what haven't we had?
Yeah, it always turns into one meeting.
I mean, I don't think we're gonna have to spend, unless there's something significant,
It will.
concerns brought up with the revisions.
I don't think.
Seems like it's gonna go pretty quickly.
I would think so.
When did we accept the application on March 13th? So we're still within 65
What?
days.
Right.
I said we accepted the application on
Oh,
March
definitely.
13th.
Okay.
And I think just procedurally, Paul made a motion to continue. We're fine with that, but it has to be.
Yeah.
Seconded. and
Second,
voted.
Yeah, so made a motion to continue April 24th.
I was looking for the date, but
April 24th.
April 24th.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, Joe beat you to it. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay,
Carol, can I just ask Carol, is there a set of plans at my space at the table right now?
Yes.
They can take mine.
Can you just use those, leave them in that room, and that can be the public's copy?
Okay.
I don't know where we're at.
Thank you very much.
good night.
This copy right here if you want. I'm not gonna miss you guys.
I miss you.
Yeah, I'm sure.
What's that?
I don't know where the hell. I don't know where the hell my stuff is now. I've moved shit around here. My agenda. Can we take a 5-minute recess?
5-minute recess.
There is. You didn't bring enough, Gregor?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Thank you.
I'm tired. That's you, Carol. Carol, you. Yeah. Yeah, find somebody else, in the neighborhood. I gave one to Gary already.
Yes, sir.
No, thank you.
Somebody's gonna do it. But I know.
I think so. The invoice. I sent you. I got it right. I sent it to both of you. Don't let her read it. You're reading it.
I'm gonna be the first time. We'll see. Yeah. I guess on this one, to put it down. What is the? What is the? That's weird. Borders on them, it's right. Something goes by.
I'll survive. Thanks.
We'll get it one like that. You see? Yeah. Cost of the project. And your percentage.
I mean,
Go out, find an engineer. Does the opposite. The only problem is this whole thing, and the guys. That's the only, the rest is all me. The only thing is, I would go up to it, it's when I get you up. It's, when we don't know, I move on.
How many Steve-O's? Steve's? It's not, it's the most.
They shouldn't be building.
They're gonna be like, put all my stuff.
Team, but this time.
I don't know if you were aware.
Emails that popped up like yesterday or today.
Yes, thank you. Which one is this?
Did Red Slate?
Not yet, they didn't show up.
Hey Jim, did the Red Slate never come?
They never showed up.
Email.
Isn't it with their names, it's O'Reilly and John.
Saw that.
No, that's fine.
Pretty well.
I can start out, you out, so.
That's why did you even get an agenda?
Thank
Oh,
you.
yeah.
When were we last in here for your case, Steve?
What's that?
When were we last here for your case?
2 months ago?
Remember the date?
Maybe. Maybe not quite that long.
Yeah, I haven't taken any more pictures, but I will. For the attorney.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
This is him, so he knows.
That's supposed to be there. I think that
Who's
guy's.
this?
Couple weeks ago, they seen. Yeah, you did that tape. You got it on both now. Really, really well. You just picked it up in the day.
And here's the property from the past.
Yeah, thank you, sorry. I know you were bad about it, but- Oh, the surgery.
Oh, so wait a second. Open and start building it. So we're gonna do that.
No, it's just fine. Just that anybody gets a phone.
Sorry.
February 28th.
Everybody was.
Are we ready to get rolling again?
I hope so.
Is this the last? Are we the last? Last-
No, we have one other matter after you.
Oh, no.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Even more. Next one. Let's get this one.
That's it?
Yep, yep. I got it.
We have a
Steve.
bunch of emails and then.
Yeah, Ray Bradley, yep. I get all that. This will be quick.
So we're here for, an update regarding the drainage issue between Raymond Berglund, 11 School Street, map 113, lot 98, Jane Ludwig, 12 Pleasant Street, map 113, lot 92, and plans for solution from planning board meetings of June 8, 2022, and August 11, 10, 2022. So at the last meeting, we discussed what was expected of Mr. Berglund, who was to show us a signed copy of the contract. They'll provide a copy of the deposit check, if any. And we asked for a definitive start and end date. A cursory review by town engineer Ray Colbert. And then if Mr. Colbert's time is significant, Mr. Berglund would be obligated to pay.
We'd also asked to. Code enforcement to check and see if more than 50% of the lot have been disturbed.
Okay, let's,
Oh, and the town manager said that's not an appropriate request.
Do we not ask for elevation?
Then,
Because he's not trained to do that. Who's not?
Well, he needs a tape measure.
what,
Oh, to get a surveyor to get it.
since when does the town manager have the ability to make that decision and not tell the planning board?
Discuss her.
Well, can we,
well, let's get an update.
can we hire somebody, can we hire somebody to do that then? If she doesn't want to send town staff, then we'll just hire somebody and do it.
Well, why can't it be done as part of Ray's review?
Ray was
Ray's
just
fine.
gonna review the plan.
Okay,
Of course, he's just had surgery, so he has to review.
I mean, Ray's out there.
What about, I mean, if we're gonna do that, we might as well ask them for site elevations too, because you can't determine proper drainage without site elevation.
Well, Berglund will have to give that,
I mean,
but
they should.
Well, I
we
mean,
need someone other than
hopefully
Berglund.
we'll pick that up when he looks at the plan. Steve,
In a nutshell. The lot is 72 feet wide. 20 feet of it is garage, and the rest of it's been dug up.
We just need an independent person to say that.
okay,
If
well,
that's
let's get an update as to where we are, this, it might be moved, they might have made a lot of progress.
It might be a moot point. It's just,
Okay, so
is it done?
have they made any progress on resolving the issue?
No, nobody's come. Well, one person came and measured around.
Guy was up last week, the week before, when his boss sent him up. He said he wouldn't send him up, wouldn't have sent him up if Ray hadn't given up some money.
Okay,
He came all the way from Milford.
okay,
The estimate I saw was only good for 30 days, so it's obviously been over 30 days, so does that mean that?
well, I mean, he might have signed it within the 30 days and just wait for the weather. Oh, there's a receipt.
Yeah.
You also, they got a check already paid. Well. Doctor, they already paid it by checks.
$11,594.25.
Correct.
Have you? I mean, I think Ray's review of it is probably the most important part that we haven't got. Cause I don't know how much of this $11,000 is. Landscaping, and how much of this $11,000 is to help alleviate the water situation. That's
There's a,
causing the problem.
there's a drain that was put in.
Get this list here, Paul, described it right here.
Yeah, I got it, but it doesn't, it gives what it is, but it doesn't show any submittals or anything, and that's why you can't look at it to determine whether what he's saying he's gonna put in is gonna work, and that's why we asked for Ray to look at it.
That would be great. I hope he's well, so.
Yeah, I don't know how he's gonna do permit with the elevation.
Well, without having grades on it, you're right.
Can I wanted to, I'll pay a surveyor to go and do it, it's just a matter of getting his property, so he has to agree to that.
Well, I think Ray Berlinger can.
Yeah, let's.
Do you think Greg can do it?
I think Berlinger should be able to get that done. And
Well, that's a question we should pose to him. There's no, we have concerns, there's no elevations on the plan, so how are we?
and that's why I suggested someone do the lot thing, because if it's proven. If it is in fact that he did disturb more than 50% of the lot, then he will need to do this stuff. That's my point.
I wouldn't be saying. The amount of soil he has above what my soil is about this big,
Oh, 30 inches.
oh, easy.
I shot it with a laser.
I'm not able to hear what either Steve or Jane is saying when they speak. I can hear Paul, Jim, I can hear other people, just so you know.
Now you know how I feel on the other end.
I'm feeling on.
Okay. You guys speak a little louder so everyone can hear.
It's right, yeah. I can't hear anything around here.
That's like this. Anyway.
So it appears that he's hired someone.
Yeah.
He's paid them. They haven't started yet because of the weather, but that's getting better, so that should be coming on. He says his first on list, but he hasn't given us a start date, right?
Have we had any communication?
Well, you said he came up last week, right?
One of the landscapers men was there.
Well, that's what I meant. Yeah, from the, not Brooklyn, so.
Can-
No, he's still in Europe somewhere. or
Right.
wherever.
Well, has he answered emails?
Well, you have them all there.
Yeah.
All my communication with him.
And
He
he has,
answered them immediately, like within minutes
Okay,
of my sending the request from the minutes. He responded by sending the invoice and payments and all that.
so he says he wants. It's supposed to be first on list, but we don't know, he hasn't given us any idea what first on list is.
Well, how would he know? Because it has to, depends on the weather.
But he should be able to say it will be complete by June, July. You know, when spring comes, you can start somewhere between and May, and if it's gonna take 30 or 60 or 90 days, you know, he should say, I expect this to be completed, but started around May, April, May, whatever he wants to say, and then to be completed by X.
Has he agreed to talk to Mr. Porter?
We haven't,
I don't know.
no. I haven't heard anything. Have you talked to Ray about this?
We did talk about it. He had surgery, so
What?
he had surgery,
Right,
and he
So-
also had like a million other things to do.
but he is, right, well, and if he's too busy, then we'll just hire somebody else. Ray's not the only other engineer in this world, Scott. We
All
can
they have
hire
to
other
do is
people.
Look at the plan though, right? It just says. Say, yep, it's okay.
Right now, we can't remember which one.
Okay, so. Mr. Berglund's last communicator on Friday, April 5th, so he's not ducking the matter,
No.
he's doing his due diligence.
Yeah, I'm not saying it is. I'm just. Danielle brings up a good point about not having grades on it and Ray not reviewing it. You know, 'cause this guy's thinking that he's paid $11,000 and that's gonna satisfy it. If Ray takes a look at it and says, you know, based on what I see, I have a few concerns.
My other point is, I mean, this dry well is really close to the property line, is there limitations there?
That's why Ray needs to look at it.
Right. And these are all the,
We tried to keep it 7 inches from the fence line. But anyway, I just know I have a lot of really like. Patio. Sinking.
yeah, I'd like the elevations larger set. Comments from your, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I like the elevations and have Ray take a look at it.
Right,
So I think that's the only thing we're waiting for, really.
especially with that dry well so close to the property boundary.
Once we get elevations and Ray takes a look at it, if he thinks it's good, then we won't need to worry about the 50%. It'll be taken care of.
Yeah.
Right, I mean, they've provided remediation plan, so I don't think the amount of area disturbed is relevant.
Right. As long as the remediation plan works. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, if that happens, that would be awesome.
Whole thing, as long as Ray takes a look at it, says,
So then all we need to know is when Ray can take a look at it. I'm assuming Carol's writing stuff down, so she's gonna be able to call Ray, find out if he can do it.
Should we contact the homeowner about the elevations and all of that?
Ray looked at it, you can determine if he needs it or not.
Thanks to a certain, yeah.
I would just think with his illness and recovery, it might take longer to mitigate.
Well, Ray won't do that. Ray won't do the survey of it. Ray will just look at it, so.
Quick review.
I'll have somebody survey it. And then it'll go to Ray and Ray will take a look at what the guys
He might
present.
say it's a small job, we don't need a lot of detail.
Right,
We'll
I
just
would
have
agree.
someone look at it.
It's not, it's a small.
So this doesn't fall off the docket. Does anyone have any other questions? We can continue it again.
I think we continue until we find out whether Ray can look at it, when he can look at it.
I hope he's okay.
We get another month yet for the ground dried up and
We have rain for the next 2 weeks.
So the town manager doesn't want us to. She didn't want to. Oh, she didn't want Ryan Fairburn
oh, yeah.
to be making that kind of a judgment. Oh, no, Ryan doesn't work for us.
She was more concerned that he was doing engineering work, basically.
Right.
Okay, so the first meeting in May is May 8th.
I'm not gonna be here. Okay.
May 8th, I'm not sure, but March, April, I'll be. If not, presume.
Well, it's a regular scheduled meeting.
So it might be better, May 8th is. I think that's a CBA. Yeah, let's see.
The second and fourth Wednesdays of the month, when we have our meetings.
long as it's not made known, that's what Susan had in surgery.
Is that the right date, Carol?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm tired. I'm not you. I'm sleeping.
Okay, so is there a motion to continue this to May 8th, 2024?
So moved.
Second, all in favor? Aye. All right. See you
Thanks,
soon.
folks.
Thank you very much.
Be continued a little more. Next one.
That one's not over yet.
That should be one great.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Night.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Good night.
Jim, I say something for a minute before I head out.
Jimmy?
What?
Hey,
May I say something before I head out the door?
You may.
Okay. Well, I heard Paul's retaliation towards me. I heard OJ dig towards me because I said something about the Forest Ridge land and put it to rest. As OJ just said, OJ, you couldn't hear Steve or Jamie sitting right here. A lot of us are sitting back there during the meetings. Then you got people talking about what they feel for their views here before they get up and talk. We can't hear jack squat back there either. So when I hear digs like from you,
What was the dig I gave you?
something about Forest Ridge land has been talked about and something that Joe and I were talking about.
I made a
Kind of
statement,
snapped at me.
I made a statement of fact that there's no way we're gonna get access to Forest Ridge because we had a hotel there and they wouldn't let us access that either. What did they
But
give
we
you?
don't know
If
what you
we give
have,
you a date, you're gonna know.
and I'll give it back.
There you go. I expect that.
But what I'm stating is they were closer than what we were back then. So if you guys said certain things at meetings, we couldn't even hear the guy that was showing the maps at the first meeting. We couldn't hear him back there. And I said something to Tammy Ham when she was there when OJ was, I believe he was on Zoom or maybe he wasn't even there at all. I don't know, but Tammy was sitting here at that time. There was a lot of times we couldn't hear. I have brought this up to the selectmen's meetings that we can't hear.
Thank you.
And supposedly there's gonna be microphones got. But. You know, you gotta give some respect to the audience back here too, because it is very hard for us to hear. It's hard for us to hear Joe's voice. They're very soft and sweet talking. It's very hard when you have other people interacting back there.
OJ was talking about.
So I just wanted to show respect to everybody in here. Because it's a thankless job. I know it is. You hear people like me and other people with their opinions. No, I mean, I say it like it is, Paul.
I know. I like that.
You know, I know it's a thankless job and I appreciate what you guys do. But in the same sense, realize it's just as much of a hardship for us back there not being able to hear. And I'm not gonna get up every second and say, could you repeat that, please? I mean, Carol was sitting right beside Paul. And Paul had to ask her because Carol has a sweet soft voice, you know, and they're right close. So, you know, give us a little bit of a break back here too until those mics get in. So that's my crowd for tonight. I'm going to bed. I hope you guys have a great night and thank you for all you.
We'll see you in the morning.
Thank you. Where we go? Take me out the breakfast.
They're talking about getting microphones for us.
You know, they've been talking about it, but
For years.
it still doesn't help us
It's
back here.
movement.
It doesn't help us back here, you know? So like I say, I respect you guys. I respect what you do. I don't have to agree with you. You don't have to agree with me.
Yeah, we're not gonna agree, none of us are all gonna agree on everything.
Exactly. We all compromise, but you know, just give us some slack back here because we might not hear things because it is very congested.
Hey, OJ, she does bring up a good point that, you know, the microphones that were gonna be up here were just gonna be so people here and people on Zoom could hear better. But it doesn't do anything for people out in the audience. Is that something that you might be able to incorporate in this whole audio visual,
Or a speaker or something.
audio visual thing?
Get a portable microphone.
Surround
Mike
sound.
Riley.
You think?
I think that would be a good idea. You know, it's, as I'm sitting here on Zoom, it affects me that I cannot hear some of the discussion, and that's why I speak up. When I'm sitting at the front table there and I hear everything, I'm very unaware that someone sitting in the back wall might not hear. And if those people who cannot hear
Don't say anything.
up 3 times a night like I did tonight and said I can't hear that person, that would affect me also.
But we have, and I've brought it up also to the selectmen's meeting, you know that. And that's when Karina said that microphones are going on the tables. But when it's congested in here, it's gonna be quite hard for people to get through other people to get to these tables to talk. So I'm just asking that you guys keep that in mind for the public in the back.
And I will ask you to keep in mind that sometimes we get so wrapped up in traffic studies and stormwater management things that we might forget that someone in the back row can't hear. Raise your hand and say, I can't hear, and that'll change the whole course of the behavior in that room. Thank you.
I do that.
We all do that, and they have done that.
No, I've done it on Zoom. I tell them, hey, I can't hear you.
Paul does that all the time.
Yep.
Have a good night, you guys.
And I believe we say thank you, Paul, many of the times that you've done that too.
Yeah, you do.
Hear me? Right, so.
It doesn't mean the microphones come in any better.
When is it going to stop? Roger?
What else we got?
We got 2 things. We got Hemi Base Camp. We got the stormwater. My agenda.
Yep, they're all gone. No, he's gone. Thanks for asking.
Go ahead about it.
Yep.
Night.
Good night, guys.
Good night, Danny.
Drainage. Request for waiver of stormwater management ordinance.
OJ stuck his hand up.
OJ,
I had a question about the Pemmy Base Camp, but if we're gonna do this, go ahead.
okay. All right, so I guess is, last meeting, gentleman at 23 Back 40 Road, you know, he applied for a waiver of the stormwater management ordinance.
Oh, so you're doing that instead of this? I'll step down if you're gonna do that.
Okay, I think John, you're here for this?
Yeah, Jay John. Hey, Jay, you there?
All right, so Paul is stepping down, Joel will be seated. So we were discussing the waiver with conditions. And, you know, the town council advised against it, so we basically, I thought the matter was already.
Oh, there he is. He's on now, I think. There, Jay?
Personally, I thought this matter was resolved and the matter was.
He's not. He's on mute or something.
He muted out.
You're muted, Jay.
Now, we should be unmuted now. Can you hear us? No.
We can't hear you.
We can see him.
We
We
can
can
see
hear
you.
us, but we can't hear him.
Oh, you
Fine.
Maybe he's gonna try to bring it in again.
Oh, that's all I think. He's out on 15.
No.
Yeah.
It's there for me, but. we never talked about it again.
There he is, he's coming on. All right, unmute yourself, you're muted.
How about
Okay.
now?
Perfect.
Great.
So. You know, my recollection at the last meeting was this matter had come and gone before the board and the matter was closed. So why are we here?
The staff is asking you because. We understood it one way and they understood it a different way. We understood it that the stormwater management ordinance was supposed to be applicable. And the stormwater management ordinance that policy that the town of Lincoln has, based on all this information that I sent you that you've already seen over a number of years, was that the staff is to consider on-lot and off-lot disturbances in calculating the stormwater, whereas, you know, the applicant was only counting the on-lot stuff and not the off-lot stuff. And so they got into a disagreement about what we were supposed to be doing. So we went back, researched what we were supposed to be doing, and the way we have been doing it, since 2020 or 2021, is counting the off-light disturbances as well as the on-site disturbances. And that is the policy that we have used for all the other applications that we have dealt with. In particular, you know, particularly you might remember the man with the cabins up here. And so we got the minutes. Karina found the minutes for February 23rd, 2022. And I copied them for you, and they're highlighted the front page. And then Ray Corber found the legal opinion that we got from Peter, you know, the discussion with Peter Malia. And so you have that as well. So the question is, we're asking for clarification because we want to make sure that we're all on the same page. And we're all,
I mean,
feeling the same depth.
my interpretation is this party came for relief from a
Okay, but you
stormwater.
didn't grant a waiver, so
Well, because we're,
have Jason, have Jason explain it to you. Maybe. Jason?
Yeah, our understanding was that we met on March 13th and that the board agreed with our plan to restore an area of the site which was previously disturbed and to reforest that and submit a restoration plan and with regular inspections and monitoring and then essentially reduce the area of disturbance so that we would fall under the threshold that would require compliance with the stormwater management ordinance. And that was our understanding as we left the last meeting.
And it was staff's understanding that we were that he needed to restore the amount of land that, I mean, that part of that restoration would include that 3,000 whatever square feet. But he had disturbed all this other off-site, off-lot area. And so that he needed to address that as well. So anyway, so that's why we're asking Jason, our town attorney, to help explain how, if you planned on doing what you just said you think you did, then you need to do it differently. So.
that's, okay, so does anyone else want to weigh in?
And Jason, I think, was gonna chime in with me.
Jason Dennis, you gonna weigh in?
I certainly can. So I was here at that meeting where the issue of the waiver was raised, and it became kind of apparent to Ray and I as we were thinking about it and had a little conversation to where we both agreed at the end that it wasn't really a waiver because they'd already done it, and it needed to be more of like an amended application so that it's not even applicable anymore. And I think that was the conclusion, and I think that's what they came back with. And so what has recently come to light to me is that there's a difference as to the disturbance sort of definition. And if the difference in interpretation of that definition makes a difference, then